Predatory. I don't know. I don't know any of the, like, if it's not wanted, if you don't want her to say that to you, it's not well, if you don't want her to say it, then it is predatory. If she says that and you want her to take you home and strap you to the bed, then I guess it's not really that predatory, is it? Unless that's what you have a rapport with this person? Do you have a sexual rapport with this person? Or is it just like, or is it weird the fact that they're talking about sex with you? Because that's like the major key thing here, isn't it? Anyways, how's everybody doing? I don't have a specific thing to do today. As always, we always play it by ear. But there are some things that I am somewhat interested in looking at. For one, I wanted to, let me see here. Let me move my windows around here. No sex at least 10 times. Then yeah, why would you feel weird about that? I mean, I don't know specifically the circumstances around y'all's, relationship and all that, but I can't say that it's a cause for immediate alarm. What was I about to look up? Oh, I was opening that so I could open up some tabs. Ah, this video has been removed by the uploader. Gay. Yeah, there it is. I knew someone would have put that in there. Next, would it be problematic to tell them I spiked your drink, let's go? So she said to you, I can't wait to get home to strap you to the bed. And then you responded with, I spiked your drink. Let's go. Am I getting that correct? One second, I'm gonna turn off the ceiling fan. It's cold as fucking here. Okay. And they know I'm teasing them yet? Then yeah, there's literally nothing wrong with that at all. You're fine. I don't know why anyone would decide that it's their responsibility to butt into y'all's flirtatious rapport. If they're fine with it, you're fine with it, then everybody else can fuck off, yeah? And they're talking about strapping you to, yeah, fuck other people. They don't know what they're talking about. I'm the only person that knows who's they're talking about stuff. Totally stuck the landing on that one. Anyways, so yeah, let's see here. So this video, is this the one? I think it is. So someone sent me a channel. I think it's this guy. And they're like a total dick suck for Andrew Wilson. Like, it's cringe enough when there's people simping after Destiny and people like that, but like, dude. So yeah, we'll be watching this guy. And then I don't know what this is. Sam Cedar patiently schools Ethan Klein. I watched a little bit of the conversation between Hassan and Ethan. Oh, you know what? Actually, that reminds me of something. I should look at this. But I don't know if this guy ever responded to me. Let me look at this really quick. I'm trying to find the specific thing here. This sick guy tweets a whole bunch. Oh no, did he delete the thing that I responded to? No, it's right here. Did he respond to me? No. Okay, can someone please tell me if I'm losing my fucking mind? Like, I asked, like, I won't read what I thought he said, okay? I just want you guys to hear what 6 video shows, all right? And then I want you guys to tell me what you think Ethan is saying. Because I just want to see if I'm losing my fucking mind, because Sick did not respond to this.
Like, what they found there was about as much as you'll find for sexual violence in just about any conflict.
Yeah, I mean, yes, exactly. The thing that Hassan says, the talking point on it is like, oh, they used the fact that there was supposed rapes to justify doing a genocide. And as far as I'm concerned, the way that I see it, I don't really see it that way personally. I don't think they need an excuse to do what they're doing. They're already doing. Like, October 7th was already bad enough for them to justify it to themselves, right? They don't need...
well, like the manufacturing consent argument.
Yeah. Personally, I don't think they need an excuse to do what they're doing. They're already doing. Like October 7th was already bad enough. Personally, I don't think they need an excuse to do what they're doing. They're already doing. Like October 7th was already bad enough.
So that's the video. Okay. What do you think? What do you think he's saying there? Because to me, what I'm hearing, actually, let me hear what you guys, just the two people in chat, please keep me sane. Third, oh, sick. There's 3 people in chat now. Here, I'll pull it over like this. I think you're keeping me sane. Oh, that's bad, because if I'm the one keeping you sane, that's rough. No, but I appreciate that. Let's see, because what I'm hearing here is Ethan saying they didn't need to make up the rapes. They didn't need to make up any additional things on top of that. Right here, I think he's saying October 7th was enough for Israel to justify a response that they don't need to rely on rapes. Yeah, exactly. So the rapes weren't the justification. That was just something that happened. They didn't have to make that up. They're not making that up because they didn't, like, they already had, you know, the moral mandate to be able to retaliate. So they didn't need to make that up. But I don't know why. Sick. Not only does he play the clip in its entirety, he then goes through and does like some weird editing here at the end.
For them to justify it to themselves, right? They don't need...
well, like the manufacturing consent argument.
Yeah. Personally, I don't think they need an excuse to do what they're doing. They're already doing. Like October 7th was already bad enough. Personally, I don't think they need an excuse to do what they're doing. They're already...
Like, it's blatantly clear. It's blatantly clear what he's saying here, right? Or am I losing my mind? Am I completely out of touch? Oh, didn't you want me to make a news intro screen? News or something? I don't know what you mean. Also, Tron, I spent 5 hours today trying to set up a fucking digital phone number that didn't cost money. I'm going to have to drop money on it unless someone knows how to do a virtual VoIP virtual phone number that I can use on stream. I don't know. I just got here. Here, I'll play it one more time, okay? While people are still filtering in.
Like what they found there was about as much as you'll find for sexual violence in just about any conflict.
Yeah, I mean, it's... Yes, exactly. The thing that Hassan says, the talking point on it is like, oh, they used the fact that there was supposed rapes to justify doing a genocide. And as far as I'm concerned, the way that I see it, I don't really see it that way personally. I don't think they need an excuse to do what they're doing. They're already doing. Like October 7th was already bad enough for them to justify it to themselves, right? They don't need...
well, like the manufacturing consent argument.
Yeah. Personally, I don't think they need an excuse to do what they're doing. They're already doing. Like October 7th was already bad enough. Personally, I don't think they need an excuse to do what they're doing. They're already doing. Like October 7th was already bad enough.
So, yeah, it doesn't sound to me like, given the totality of everything I've heard the guy say about Israel-Palestine, that he is a rabid, you know, Palestine want to kill all of them person. Yeah, see, internet guys, that's what I was saying. It doesn't seem like it's that big a deal. Like, just, if you want her to tie you up, let her tie you up. All right. Anyways, so, yeah, I watched a little bit of the Ethan and Hassan conversation. Watched a little bit of the Ethan and Sam Cedar conversation on stream. I gotta say, I'm impressed with Ethan. No, Redtron. Google specifically was the one that gave me the most trouble. I have to get in contact with the Google support. Anyways, if he didn't want to kill all Palestinians, why did he criticize Hassan? True. Yeah, it's fucking insane. And I don't know. I mean, I need to figure out how to formulate this thought before I say it out loud. 1 second. It's just, I don't know why. I don't know how anybody who isn't a Hassan dicksuck is looking at what Hassan and all of the rest of those people are doing and thinking, like, I feel like all of the people that are defending or attacking Ethan and on the side of Hassan and those people on this that normally hate Hassan, I think it's just proxy wars for Destiny, even though it's very obvious that Hassan is fucking a horrible person. It does sound pretty bad listening to it once. It doesn't sound bad to me at all. This is assuming when Ethan says he's saying the genocide, okay, when he's acknowledged it. This is assuming when Ethan says this, he's saying genocide, okay, when he's acknowledged it's a genocide. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're trying to say. Oh, that's one of the other people. Yeah, that would be awesome if you could. Because for some reason, Google Voice was not working for me. But anyways, so yeah, I thought that Ethan did really good in the conversation with Sam Cedar. I thought that he did really good in the conversation with Hassan. I did not watch the whole thing because it was very long, and it kind of maintained the same energy throughout. So unless there is some sort of weird thing that happened in the last, I think I watched like an hour and a half of it. Unless something happened in the last part of that past the hour and a half mark, that was just unbelievable. Ethan being a horrible fucking person or getting caught in a horrible fucking joke, then I don't know. I don't know how people are looking at it any other way. Like Ethan is being such a chill dude in terms of like the position that he takes, right? Like, granted, he's gone really hard on everybody, right? And so you can accuse him of being deranged, but you got to call everybody deranged if that's the case. I don't know. Ethan Hassan Destiny. True. Ethan Hassan Destiny. Ethan Hassan Destiny. But yeah, I thought that he did. I'm just surprised because I have never had an impression of Ethan being intelligent. But like it's not like book smart. It's just like you can tell that he has connections in his brain, you know? You heard him. Sondsol is a genocide denier now. And also, like, that's the thing. Like, I feel stronger about my opinion on Ethan now that I'm more pro-Palestinian than I was before. I'm more pro-Palestinian at this point, or I'm more. How about this? I'm more against Israel continuing any kind of combat actions or war actions than pro. And still, Ethan seems very reasonable. Sorry, I mean, it's assumed what Ethan says in the clip is genocide is okay because October 7th. Are you against Israel continuing their war? Because I don't. Besides the vague claim of destroy Hamas, it seems at this point that they're going through with what I said was, yeah, I would say at this point that would be a ethnic cleansing, genocide, whatever label. Like if they're going to completely take over the Gaza Strip and then push everyone out, which I believe I heard that was the new plan. Right, that just got approved on Tuesday or Wednesday or yesterday. take over, occupy, and push out all the occupants. Like that's the worst case scenario for, like it. They're going to have to. Sorry, I'm not going to make the. Oh man, I almost made the Destiny joke that's haunted him for the past 17 fucking years. But I just don't know what they're trying to do. And I have not, like, usually there's a good argument that I've seen someone make, even on Twitter, in a debate, someone making a video about this, that, or the other. I have not seen a single good reason to do this. What's the alternative? Don't finish the job and then deal with this shit for another 60 years. I mean, I feel like there's probably a lot in between those two things, right? And I don't care to pretend that it is a dichotomy, because there are other options. They're just harder options. And both sides are just incapable, just incapable. This only ends if one side completely demolishes the other. If you're just making like an argument to practicality, I don't know. I would have to think about that, but yeah, it feels like my moral line has been crossed. I feel like, man, Israel, you guys have gotten literally everything that you guys have you could possibly want and more. You've gotten everything that you could possibly want and more. You've gutted Hezbollah. Syria is no longer an issue for you because they're now bending the knee to you, right? Iran doesn't have the same support structure in the Middle East that it used to because of Syria falling and Hezbollah being destroyed. The Houthis are the Houthis. Like what else could you possibly want, and even on the practicality part of things, like you're fucking yourself so much with everyone on the face of the earth. The opinion of you across the entire face of the earth is going to go even lower. And that is the only thing, was the goodwill of the United States and the Western world that kept you afloat for the first 80 years of your existence. You think the 80 years after, you think it's going to get better if you just fuck every relationship? And this is, fuck, this still goes to what we're doing here in the United States. We're fucking all of our relationships with every fucking friendly country in the entire world, right? Like, at a certain point, you probably got to think about the politics of it. Like, you got to think about, well, I could go maximalist and get this thing that I've always wanted, and this is like going to end the conflict forever. But also, next time something bad happens to me, every single fucking person that has defended me for the past, entirety of my existence might feel a little less inclined to do that next time, Only with Holy Leftovers, no one actually cares about either party here outside of alliances. No one actually cares about either. Wait, what's the last sentence there mean? And I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think that even your average Dem is going to look at what's going on in Israel and say, you're gonna ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip. Don't you think that there's another option? I feel like that's the way that the broader Democrat electorate is going to look at something like that. I could be wrong, though. Hey, you know what? I could be wrong, right? I'm talking about my moral intuitions right now, and I'm talking about what I think would be best for them on a, long-term political thing. But I could be wrong. But I'm just saying, it seems beyond fucked up that yeah. I'm saying people don't give a fuck about human casualties. This happens constantly. It's happening plenty of other places in the world right now. Yeah, but those places aren't important to the United States, and Israel is. Israel is a regional ally, probably the closest regional ally that we have over in the Middle East. There's a whole mythos attached to it, both because of the Holocaust and because of all the wars that happened, after Israel was founded. So there's people do care about Israel here in the West. They do. They have their narratives and counter narratives about how good and based they are. So people do care about it. Yeah. Outside of alliances. Oh, okay. Maybe I just don't understand what you mean by it then. Oh, you mean like literally outside of the alliance of the United States and Israel and okay, sorry. I thought that you were talking about like lefties allying with this group or that group. Sorry. I should have not overthought that. So, well, I mean, like, I don't know. You might be right, and I could be like, maybe there will be polling that comes out after they rape, kill, and behead and put up on a pike every Palestinian man, woman, and child on the beaches of the Gaza Strip as a warning against any that might stand against the Jewish Talmud. But I mean, I don't know, but maybe that'll happen and no Democrats will care. Maybe they'll push them all into Egypt and no Democrats will care, or maybe they'll push them into Egypt and Democrats will be like, yo, this is actually beyond what we possibly could have ever supported. You guys have gone maximalist and you guys have allied with Donald Trump to do a fucking ethnic cleansing, and that turns the tide because Democrats hate Donald Trump and ethnic cleansing more than they like Israel. But it's not a good look for us to support Israel while they do this, but what looks good doesn't matter. If people want to see an end to this, it has to be seen through to the end. I'm not saying this is good, just a reality as I see it. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I think that I am a hyper idealist. I think I am. I am a soy hyper idealist. And I think that that's good. I think it's good to have people to pull me down into reality. And I think that it's good for people like me to actually push for moral solutions to things. Anyways, fuck, dude. I need to stop using stream as like a hour-long diary argument with chat about how fucked everything is and what I want to do about it. I agree that it's good to have opposing ideas. I see that. I see the passive aggressive, you idealist soy bitch. Click on link already. Which link?
You will agree to these terms, or they will be agreed to for you.
See, that's what the United States should go in there and do, right? Like, I want to use the big dick of the United States to enforce a morality on the world. And I know this is like something that a lot of people fucking hate. I want the United States to be the fucking moral police of the world, whip its dick out the second that Israel, Palestine start fucking genocide each other. We go in there, we crack some fucking skulls, and then we say, listen, we're going to ruin you. We're going to make every single day of your life worse than the last, unless you sign this peace deal. I want the United States to go in and fucking do that shit on every single fucking world conflict. God damn. I think one thing that I would never say that in your chat. Maybe in spicy. Fair. Oh fuck! I forgot what I was gonna say. Big dick of the. Oh, I think that I there's been so much time for me to like think, and I've been talking with people to like setting up conversations with people that have interned on the Hill and worked on the Hill and have worked for Congress people, and this is like super fucking cool. Unlikely moving forward now that MAGA has solidified around an isolationist worldview. I don't know how. I don't want to get like super sidetracked. I have a horrible time maintaining a train of thought. So hold on to that. But I don't know how long MAGA lasts after Trump dies. And the stress on him, like he has aged 5 years in the past 6 months. I don't know. I don't think that he's going to be around for much longer. And when JD Vance takes over, I don't think that anyone's going to want to work with him. I don't think he's as well liked. Yeah. Anyways, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, I'm talking to people that have either worked or work on the Hill, or I'm going to talk to these people. I'm setting up because I want to get, I want to, start that process. I want to understand what it's like, and I want to understand what my possible options are, because I'm spending so much time thinking about this, spending so much time realizing that this is it's like feasible, right? It's like something that I can and very possibly will be doing. And so, fuck, I really should try to have completed a thought before trying to say it out loud. Basically, have I talked to Mike Pence? No, I haven't talked to Mike Pence. I've talked to a bunch of fucking nobodies, okay? Nobody important at all. But I'm talking, like, I will have to work at the lowest rung of society if I'm working on the Hill. So, what am I trying to spit out? I feel like I have a vision of what America ought to be, I think, now. And I feel like I could defend that idea of America. And it's just this Death Star of benevolent liberalism. And I have started you know what? Before I even like start talking about this, I'm gonna try and actually congeal these thoughts into a single statement. I'm just stuttering through, trying to speak through something that I've been thinking, and I'm not actually getting anything out. Yeah, get that Reagan shit out of here. No, because like that's the thing. I think I'm becoming radicalized into becoming like an actual radical liberal, like a neoliberal fusion of just like the best of both worlds of that shit. I feel confident in what I believe in more so than ever now. I do think you're being a bit radicalized. Well, I am, but I don't think I'm being radicalized into something that is like I'm aware enough of it, right? Because I see the parallels of when I was being radicalized into being a socialist leftist, I see parallels with these things, but being radicalized into that, there's a lot of stuff that's fucked up, and there's a lot of bad information, and there's, being radicalized into socialism, I think, is just a bad thing for you as a person. It doesn't get you to better truth. It doesn't get you to better policy to help people, right? Like generally, I think that people who go down and identify as socialists or liberals or leftists or, you know, stuff like that, I generally think that they're good people. And I generally think that they want good things for other people. But I think that they just don't know how to get there. And I think that sticking yourself into these ideologies like socialism, stuff like that, limits you to fixing problems. But when it comes to socialism, right, you have all of the baked in stuff of, you know, all the genocides, you know, it has all of the bad econ theory. It has all of the, you know, degrowth, all of these horrible things associated with it. When you look at the like extreme parts of conservatism and rightism, right? Like you got the genocides to deal with there. You've got really bad econ theory there. You've got heartless fucking cruelty, just like you do on the left. I am being radicalized into a radical, like paternal liberalism. And I should, like I was saying earlier, could try and formalize this. And I do want to try and, I'm getting really not as enamored with the streaming format, even though I like doing it, and I'm not going to stop in the near future. Maybe in the medium to long term I will, but well, long term probably definitely, but you know what I mean. But short term, like I like doing this, but I want to do things that are a little bit more not just mature, and not just less juvenile. I want to like write articles, and I've started doing that. I'm like trying to get better at it, and I'll release stuff. But I want to congeal these ideas because I think that more so than when I actually had a platform of, you know, 75 to 150 people watching me, right? I feel like I actually have something to say now. And I think that I am educated enough, mature enough, and passionate enough to actually go through with that sort of stuff. I don't know how to translate that to streaming yet. I feel very energized for actual going out and doing and working with people at the lowest rungs and just being a fucking door knocker. But I cannot think of ways to pull a debate on stream. I don't know why that is, but anyways, yeah, I don't know where I was going with all this. This is one reason why stream is dipping a little bit, because I'm just ranting about everything that I thought about for the past week out loud for the first time. Bannon is malding, based. Anything that makes him mad makes me happy. Anyways, we should watch some of these videos, right? Yeah. I think I don't know how to reconcile my, and I'm going to say this, I'm going to throw this out there. You guys can chew on it, right? Think about it. Why all these pop-ups? Rise, I'm trying to finish a fucking thought. Jesus Christ. No, it's gone. It's fucking gone. Thanks, pop-ups. God fucking damn it. I was going to throw something out there. Oh, I don't know how to reconcile this. A radical desire for radical kindness as a basis for political engagement. I think I can do that. But I can't do it because I can't reconcile that desire, yes, being a hippie, that desire with the evil Death Star paternal liberalism. No, fuck you. You follow the law, you know, like, there is no one above the law. Fuck you. I don't care what you said. I don't care what you did, what your intention was. You broke the law, and we're the liberal police, and we're going to come in here and we're going to nuke you if you don't sign a peace deal type thing. Or, oh, you did some corruption, and we don't put up with that sort of shit. So you're going to go to jail now, and you're not going to pull any stupid fucking shenanigans because, you know, I don't know. I wish there was a way to be ultimately kind to people and ultimately forgiving of people, while also feeling like they understand how fucking cruel and evil they have been for the past couple of years, while still being able to move forward. Like, I don't know how you balance these things, but it's a big desire of mine right now to find a way to accept people, castigate people, welcome them into the fold, and never allow that behavior to be accepted in public ever again, while still accepting them and wiping the slate clean. It's just something that I don't know how you could possibly have all of these things without getting rid of one of them, you know? Most people have to feel pain before they learn, and lessons are forgotten over generational time frames. Yeah. I'm having some like really deep heart to heart conversations in DMs with, no, I won't say how many people. It's more than one though. And these are other creators who I just am baffled by. And I think that one of the biggest mind fucks for me right now is, it's like a mind fuck, but also like an understanding that I've known for a while, but like it's, the mind fuck for me is I had as Destiny would say, a mental schema of what conservative, like the average, like, I'm not saying MAGA person, I'm saying the average conservative was like, right? And I feel like it's been ultra fucked. It's just completely been shit on. And I've talked about that, and you guys have seen me rant about that for multiple hours at this point. But I don't know. I think that the mental schema was accurate. What I think was the variable that I didn't consider was, and Rob Noor specifically, while talking to Pisco, made this click, was both sides just thinks the other side is lying to defend their side, so they lie to defend their side. And it's a recursive thing. And now we have Rob Noor openly eschewing all of his principles because in this conversation with Pisco, because, oh, well, I mean, it was unfortunate that they did it to Trump, so it's unfortunate if they deport all 13 million illegals. Oh, sorry, it was unfortunate. We shouldn't do it again. Like, it's because there's not trust, not on a political level. It's not just we don't trust the government. Those motherfuckers don't think that we actually believe anything that we believe. They don't think that we actually think Trump is this deranged, I guess. They don't actually, like, and so I don't know. How do you break that first bridge? I kind of said that in the DMs I was talking to these people earlier today about, but like, I cannot stress to you guys enough that with some like minor exceptions in terms of like drama stuff, I don't lie about any of my positions. How's it going, my moist sack? Um, I don't lie about any of my positions. And I don't, and if I don't like particularly care about a topic, I'm not going to spend multiple hours on it. And you guys know that. Is Civil War here, Tim Pool vindicated? No, I just like it was just a realization, and I'm I'm soy, and want I want to. I think one of the things that I've decided is that bipartisanship is an without exception just a good thing. And every time we can work bipartisanly, we ought to. Granted, there are exceptions, obviously, but that's like the baseline thought that I have. And then, so because I have that thought, I have that radical desire to, because God damn, I feel so ambitious, and I feel like I can do something. Not like I'm going to go and talk to someone like high up in the Democrat Party, but like I'm almost 30. I feel like I can have input, you know? You recognize that shit is bad and will be for a while. You get your bag and don't worry about the things you can't control. Maybe. And to a certain degree, like you should always obviously take care of yourself. I need to believe in something. And I think that Democrats and left of center and non-MAGA people need something to believe in. And I think I'm approaching something that I really believe in, you know? And then you got fucking retards like Jenk. I'm talking about bipartisanship is just a good thing. And then you got people like Jenk working with Marjorie Taylor Greene and running cover for her anti-Semitism. So there's some contradictions that there's some kinks that I still need to work out. And I need to work out a system where I have people hold me accountable for actually writing something, you know? That is the other option. Sondsol, get big on TikTok and TikTok live streams, have an easy way for people to call in. Well, to be clear, like I think that the last thing that I want to focus on is any kind of short form specifically making short form content. There are some things that I just know I'm never going to be good at. And I can't do those. I can't make Vine style videos. I can't make TikTok style videos. I can have my streams edited into those, but like, unless someone gives me a script and tells me to talk into the camera and does everything for me besides the speaking, it'll never happen. You know, TikTok is the way to get a big following nowadays. Well, I don't even, and see, like my thing is, I don't know, like I want to keep streaming because genuinely, I like you guys in chat. I like that sounds like a soy thing, but listen, I have no aspirations right this second. Like my ambitions lie in like the real world right this second. Right here, we're maintaining. I'm paying Tron. Also, Tron, remind me when your payday is because I don't remember. But like we're maintaining here. I want to it would be nice to grow it, and I will take steps to grow. But like the ambition, like my strong drive is on real shit, you know? You owe me money, bitch. Did I miss my payday? Okay, well, fucking message me and I'll not open the DM and then I'll pay you immediately after stream. If we want to get America back on track, people need to stop wasting time focusing on national politics and instead work on their local community is actually possible to affect change locally, and this can gain traction over time. Yes, and that is 1,000,000% correct. Um, wait. Okay, 1 second. Yeah. So what my I don't have direct my in terms of like talking about me being ambitious and feeling that way. It's not like I have ambitions at the current moment or even medium long term to be a politician or to be elected or anything. I am thinking about working in the Democratic Party to shift their focus, to have a better strategy overall. And that would include, yes, focusing on local politics. And one thing that um, I have I have not seen, and this is because it's super behind the scenes political work, but like fostering talent in the DNC and fostering talent at the local level like that is something that I would be interested in doing. But I just, you know, what about fact checking for short? What about fact checking for short form videos? Like here's crazy thing MTG said, and here's it. Well, it's just the amount of time I have right now. Like if someone put a script in front of me, if someone wanted to do that and they wanted, I don't know, I could probably pay someone a couple dozen bucks a month if they wanted to write a script and they just felt passionate about it. But I don't have. I have to juggle my time is the thing, you know. And I like the idea of that, but it's just like, damn, I don't know how to do it. One second, let me respond. Yeah. Sorry about that, Tron. I did not realize that I forgot to pay you last month in for the repayment plan that we have. So it's my bad, my guy. I just everything is, and then there's also just the fact that my life is super fucking stressful right now, and I'm contributing to that stress by continuing to engage online with this stuff. But also, Oreo Bandit, hi, how's it going? I didn't even say hello, but I'm bitching at my local city right now because I see them wasting money installing wheelchair accessible intersections, but we don't have sidewalks. Complete waste of money. Oh yeah, see, like that sort of thing is something that Democrats should, we should be fostering talent in local cities and local, local areas to have good policy that makes the local area better for people and makes more Democrats. The AI image from the White House, yes, based. But yeah, I have been, I've. So, how long have we been streaming now for? Almost an hour. Okay, so this has been my hour soapbox at the beginning to explain to you guys just where my fucking depressed, retarded, angry mind has been. Okay. I also there's something that how much longer are you streaming? I'm gonna be streaming for a little bit tonight. So yeah, a couple of hours. So fuck, what was I about to say? Oh yeah. So anyway, so yeah, the life update is I feel very energized to do something I have a action plan to do those things. We're exploring avenues to actually work within the Democratic Party. I want to start engaging in more. I need a better word than mature or sophisticated, because it's not just that, you know. It's not just that I want something that is more mature. It's that I am not a good public speaker. And you guys know this. I've been ranting for an hour and not getting my point across. But I need to find so I want to write, you know. So basically what I'm trying to say is I want to find a way for I'm going to TLDR. I want to find a way to structure my life better. I want to get rid of Twitter off of my phone. I fucking hate. I have such a low level of I'm sorry, not a low level. I have a constant mid-level rage inside of me constantly. That is probably a primary driver for all of the, you know, stuff that I've been talking about. And it's super, I know it's unsustainable. So I need to delete Twitter. I never thought that I would be that person. I thought that I was built different. I hate people. Okay. You suck at making engagement despite having the rage to generate it. It's because I have standards of behavior now. I'm yeah. It's soy, and maybe that'll change. And I'll see what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to thread the needle and figure out, because I'm understanding so much more about what I want, and I'm understanding so much more about the image that I want to project out, and the intentions and the intentions and beliefs that I have, you know? And so I do suck at engagement farming right now. And I'm trying to like thread the needle between still having a future, you know? What does this video have pulled up? Oh, it's Jenk talking to Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think. Which I'll have a lot of words about, I'm sure. But and we're about to get to that, I swear to God. But yeah, I want to do these things because I think that no, yeah, I lost my train of thought. We're about to get started. Anything else? Any questions about anything that I've said? Any suggestions? Oh shit. Yeah, the Twitter, the me having Twitter on my phone is unsustainable. It's just the cruelty, you know. I feel like you're getting your point across, but you feel like you're not, so you're looping. Man, maybe it's just because it's not quite, it's not congealed in my head, but it's making sense when I'm saying it out loud, but it's just still not fully congealed. Maybe that's why. That's my rep. She represents us very well. Yes, just like the vast majority of our district. Dude, I did not know that. I am so sorry. Oh my God. I believe that she represents what part of here, I'll do it off screen. Oh, so she's like the very northwestern corner of Georgia. Gotcha. Right there.
Here we go. Immigrant or real American? And away we go. Mila Kunis.
Immigrant.
Yes, correct. Jeffrey Dahmer.
Real American.
Yes, correct. Pierce Brosnan.
Immigrant.
Yes, correct. Charles Manson.
A real American.
Yes, correct. Salma Hayek.
Immigrant.
Yes, correct. Gloria Estefan.
Immigrant.
Yes, correct. Ted Bundy.
Real American.
Yes, correct. Charlize Theron.
Immigrant.
Yes, correct. Antonio Banderas.
Immigrant.
Yes, correct. The Unabomber.
Real American.
Yes, correct. Craig Ferguson.
He's an immigrant.
Yes, he is. Lee Harvey Oswald.
Real American.
Yes, correct. The Boston Strangler.
Oh God, real American.
Yes,
Yeah,
correct.
I get it. Fuck. It's real. I can get along with anyone. I just avoid chatting politics. See, that's something. There's one thing, and this is something I just realized about myself. And I think that this applies to my streaming career as well. I think that I am an incredibly difficult person to meet. I think I'm an incredibly difficult person to meet. I don't think I've ever had. I'm not really good at small talk, and I'm not good at introducing myself, and I'm not good at knowing what the limits are of a conversation. You know, where I'm not sure how to be comfortable around someone, and so it makes it awkward. But I think generally, I've been thinking about this. I thought about it because of my new job and how awkward it is. Every single time they keep on moving me to a different location, and the first day and a half is always so awkward because I'm just really, really bad at making small talk. I'm really, really bad at the basic social, like, dynamic platitudes, you know what I mean? It's necessary skill for sales. Yeah, which is not really a part of my job, but something that I should probably think about if I'm going to be a politician. But but I think one thing that while I'm making this observation about myself, because I used to think I'm really good at talking to people. I realize I'm not good at talking to people at first. I am really good at being a very good friend. I'm good at the friendship part. I'm really bad at the acquaintance part. You know? People love talking about themselves. Yeah, but like I'm also really bad about not making an interrogation because I think about that, you know? What was the reason that I brought this up? I avoid chatting politics. So I can get along with anyone too. And that is becoming ultra clear to me living in DC. After living in, I was born in Arkansas. I lived in Texas. I've predominantly my entire life been around a lot of conservative people. And now I'm around a lot of, it was a lot of white people, there's a lot of Hispanic people predominantly. Now I'm around a completely different cohort, like different demographics of people, right? Here, the overwhelming majority of people are very liberal, probably significantly more liberal than I am. And the demographics, there's a lot more African American people in DC than there are in Houston, right? And there's a lot less, at least in the areas that I'm in, a lot less Hispanic people. So I could always get along with Hispanic people, but there just was never an opportunity to talk to Black people or to really liberal people, because I didn't ever have a college campus experience. Man, I can talk to a homeless dude. I can talk to fucking anybody for a couple of seconds. I can have those conversations with just about anyone. If someone wants to ask me a question about politics, it does not matter. I can have that conversation with them. And I have never had a bad experience except for one, and I was put into that position where a conversation about politics went south for me. I think I am exceptionally good at the black hole of content style of political conversations. I'm really good at just meeting people where they're at. I'd rather be around extreme right wingers than extreme left. I used to think that. I don't think that anymore. I think that the things that I'm becoming more discerning about in people is like I really value kindness, and it's just it's gotten so obvious to me, you know. Like I filter for character. Like if I want to have a good time, maybe, you know, maybe, but I don't know. Right wingers generally mind their own business, in my experience. If you're talking about right wingers and left wingers, but you said extreme right wingers than extreme left. You're right about like right wingers minding their own business, 100%. But like an extremist, like if I had the option, right? If I had the option between hanging out with groypers or hanging out with DGGers, no, I guess they're not extremist enough. I was going to say Voshites, but no, you know what? I'll even take that. If I had the choice between hanging out with groypers or hanging out with Voshites, I would take Voshites 7 days out of the week. And it's because I don't. And I think that this is probably changing for me, and I think that this is something that I don't have patience for anymore. But I fucking hate people now. It went from a just generalized dislike. Like I disliked Nazis. I hated Nazis. I didn't like the way they treat people. But like I have so much less patience and so much less grace for them now, I think. Whereas I was thinking that I was all aboard the like de-radicalized the Nazis train back then. But yeah, I feel too much. I feel too much hate for these people for showing how hateful they are, and I wish that I could get that. I wish there was a less soy way to get that across. But I think I'm going to lean into the soyness too. I think that's something that is important. I think people need to go back to acting normal. And for me, being kind is my default. It is hard for me. Like I feel anger, but I have to try to blow up on someone. It is hard for me to blow up. I have a baseline high threshold for allowing room for people to come back. And in the past, and even recently, I thought that was one of my worst qualities by being a doormat. But I think it's a good thing, you know? I think a lot of the hateful shit you see is just online bullshit. But yeah, and see, that's something I've thought about as well. It is online bullshit, but these are everyday people feeling very confident saying hateful online bullshit, you know? And it's making everything worse. You know? Being kind doesn't equal doormat. Yeah, and I'm trying to like find the balance between. I think I used to be a doormat. I'm not a doormat anymore, but I still, you know. Yeah. Anyways, online bullshit is what the real world is. Well, there's an increasing blurring of the lines, but that's something to the person I was talking to in DMs today. I see a human fucking being under the crazy bullshit. And I keep on saying I don't want to keep gaslighting myself into thinking these people are good people. But I do think that about this guy. I just think he's fucking retarded. I think he's actually simply incapable of understanding because of his just because of his living situation. It's not a bad living situation. It's just the situation that, that he's in doesn't allow him to get out much. I want to talk to people like him in private. I want some off the record conversations with people like that guy. I want to talk to people off the record. I don't think Rob Noor would ever trust me with that sort of thing. But I think after that interaction, and this is mega hopium, I am coping. I am coping and hoping that the hypothesis in my mind of these conservatives internally freaking out and internally thinking this is really fucking bad, like these content creators, right? Internally thinking this is really bad, but their perception of left-wingers is that we just lie to defend our side, so why would they not lie to defend their side? But they're internally freaking out, right? I just wish that I could have those, like, off the record. I need to know that you're a human being, But I keep on saying I'm going to stop talking, but it is so important to me to get this out. The thing that I want to ask of you guys is, how do you guys regulate your time on social media, or how do you regulate your exposure to the bullshit, or do you regulate it at all? Because that's like the current thing that I'm working on. I'm on and off deleting Twitter off of my phone because it's not good for me, right? Give an example. Yeah, like I want to delete Twitter off of my phone. I'm not getting anything out of it. Every once in a while, I will see an interesting Substack article. I read a really interesting Richard Hanania article yesterday or the day before, right? But it is just making me. I've never had Twitter on my phone. Lucky. But for everything that you fill your time with, right? If you get rid of something that you do, you spend your time doing, now you have empty time. When I claim I listen to YouTube, that's the only social media. Damn. Maybe my ADHD just really fucks me and really, because it definitely does. ADD makes you more prone to addiction and social media addiction, right? Play some games on your phone or watch streams. But like, I think something, I think that I'm going to replace the time of Twitter not at my desktop, right? I'll use Twitter at my desktop. I won't stop using it, but just not on my phone. Or limiting it to like an hour a day or something. I don't know. But like using that time to like write Substack articles. I think that that's something I really want to do. I know that will hurt me. I only watch shorts to understand them better. See, yeah, you have self-control that I don't. I know that I don't have self-control in that aspect. Oh wait, hold on. Sourcing. I gotta say, you're super fucking edgy, and you've made people leave my Discord thinking that my Discord has Nazis in it because you're very, very you'll just say some heartless shit, even if it's true or I agree with it. But I appreciate your perspective so much. I mean that so genuinely. Wait, what? Yeah, I was super. We had to talk about it in the mod chat. I was super pissed about it, but now me and that guy are chill. So he was having a day, but it's happened more than once with sourcing, and with Jack when Jack was still in the Discord, which is so fucking funny because I think people like sourcing and Jack were some of the people who when I was like on my way out of being a lefty, started radicalizing me into the like hardcore like demonic liberalism mindset. You know, sounds like you're attracting a lot of soy losers to your Discord. Well, I mean, these are old friends. The reason I was pissed is because he's someone I knew IRL, but that's why I was super fucking pissed. Like, Jesus Christ, why did it escalate this fucking fast? But anyways, we gotta watch stuff. Thank you guys for sticking around and riffing with me on this. Me and C got you out of the socialist mindset. Yeah. I need to catch up with Sieg. One thing. You know what? Fuck you guys. This is my stream, and I've had a lot of personal revelations, especially since moving to DC, and I don't have. I am forced to think so much more. I'm really bad at maintaining friends. I'm really bad at maintaining contact. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me. Okay, but I don't think anxiety is a word. I don't like responding to text messages. The only person I text on a regular basis is my girlfriend. The only person I respond to on a regular basis is my girlfriend, and sometimes Tron. But I love Seek to death. Like genuinely, he's a good person, I think. And he's a person that I want to maintain a friendship with. I don't know how the fuck you people, you know? I don't text anyone. You're the most frequent guy I text. That's crazy. I put shit on my calendar to send text to friends periodically because I know I'll let 5 years go by without reaching out. See, I thought about doing that, but I thought that people would think I was psychopathic for that. Is that a normal thing to do? Because I will start doing that like tomorrow. I think that I'm appreciating sucks to say, but now that I don't have my friends around me, I'm appreciating the concept of friendship so much more, you know? Not sure if it's normal, but if it isn't on my calendar, it isn't happening. It depends on what you say. Yeah, I just like my girlfriend. We have friends in Houston, and she texts them all day long. What the fuck do you talk to someone about all day long? I barely talk to my girlfriend about shit all day long. And I'm trying there. But I don't know how people, I think that there might actually be something to me being autistic because I don't know what the fuck people talk about. Just like maintaining like friendly conversations. Why text, just use video calls? Listen, I don't know how you people, Zoomers especially, and Gen Alpha, you guys use fucking FaceTime all day long. I don't know how you guys do that for like 5 hours. You guys are crazy. But I train myself to do stuff I don't want to do. Yeah, I need to. That's what I'm currently in the process of doing. I think for the first time in my life, I'm taking seriously self-improvement. But it's unfortunate that it is largely spite-based because I'm so angry I am just like so angry that and so ready to like fight and die and you know fight, rape, kill for the Democratic Party. That I'm doing self-improvement that I should have been doing since I was like 20. But you don't have to be in constant contact. Just have them on Steam and chat them up when you see them play a game you're interested in. But yeah, it's like that. I think one thing that's really difficult for me is like that initial reaching out, or the initial response. Because if I respond to them, I think one of the mental blocks I have is if I respond to them, I don't want them to be under the oppression that just because I responded, that I have time to fucking sit there and respond back and forth for even 5 minutes. Like, I want to be able to respond and like not worry about them responding back to me, right? Because I don't want to get into a conversation, but I want them to know that I do appreciate them and that I do care and that I do want to stay in contact. But motherfucker, do not sit here and talk to me for 5 minutes because I don't have the time. Yeah. One of the rough things is that so much of what I want in terms of like my life and so much of what I believe in seems at least on the face contradictory. Like I want to spend more time contacting my friends and keeping in contact with my friends and fostering those relationships, but I also don't want to spend too much time fucking texting. Like, yeah, I fuck, man. I think that writing it out instead of just mulling over it for a week and then going on stream and then word diarying it out to you guys would probably be best. Okay, we're gonna start now. Hey man, just thinking about you. Hope you're well. That buys you 6 months of goodwill with a male friend, 2 days with a female friend. Oof. I'm about to lose I probably lost a lot of female friends because I have not contacted. Fuck. I think my girlfriend has talked to like all of my like lady friends from my past more than I have since moving. Fuck me. I'm a bad person, dude. Anyways, actually, don't say that's the sourcing. I 100% co-sign what sourcing is saying here. I just have been a pussy and a bad friend, and I haven't done it. Okay. Which one do we do first? Do we want to do complain about Jank and MTG being friends? What Elon Musk's Doge cuts are really about? Sam Cedar patiently schools Ethan Klein? Or Destiny versus Nobody, intense and heated debate. And this is some, and for some reason, Andrew Wilson dick suck account. Quick meme? I'm down for a quick meme. This is the new pope. His name is Robert Prevost. He's the first American pope. Based. He is anti-Trump, anti-MAGA, pro-open borders, and a total Marxist like Pope Francis. Catholics don't have anything good to look forward to. Just another Marxist puppet in the Vatican. Based. Does that guy have an ABC logo in the background? Which guy? What is ABC? Oh, like the network. White hair guy. He has an ABC logo because this is from ABC News In Depth. Pretty sure Jesus was a communist. like, is he like that's something else? I actually thought that I was going to read some like weird contradictory things because I'd seen so much stuff from Andrew Wilson on Twitter about how the sewing, he calls them the sewing circle Christians who think that Jesus was just a lover and blah, like, and I read the Bible thing and like, damn, I guess the all those years in church with my pastor dad, like I was just getting Protestant, ideology version of the Bible. Let me see what Jesus actually said. And then he actually was just like even more hippie than I initially thought. He actually was just like the most benevolent, like kind, religious figure, person, even if he wasn't actually divine. Like, holy fucking shit. Like, even if he wasn't communist, like the idea of communism being just like everyone's nice to each other, that, yeah, actually Jesus was that. He actually was just like, be nice to each other, motherfucker, or you're going to hell. Be good or else. That's my ideology. Be good or else. What about that time he whipped people? That's the righteous indignation that I'm here for. All right. What is it? NATO Corps? NATO wave. Oh, this one doesn't even have like the cap. This one doesn't even have like the fun captions. Democracy is non-negotiable.
American casualties. Unacceptable. Overkill protocols
Undecided.
is the very definition of failure.
Based. Did he even say it? Where the fuck was the line? Parallax, how's it going? Can I just hear him say democracy is non-negotiable?
Democracy is non-negotiable. Communism is the very definition.
I left the church when I found out Jesus was a commie and was making me gay. Based. All right. Now we... So yeah, which one do we want to do? Do we want to do the Andrew Wilson dick suck account? Do we want to do Sam Cedar patiently schools Ethan Klein, where I thought that they had like a discussion? It didn't even sound like they disagreed on the factual matters all that terribly much, but maybe I didn't watch it all the way through, so maybe that was wrong impression. Do we want to watch Elon Musk's Doge, or do we want to watch Jank bend over and spread his ass cheeks and goatsy himself for MAGA? All right. MTG.
All right, now we got a fun and interesting guest for you guys. Joining me now on the Young Turks, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Congresswoman from Georgia's 14th District. Congresswoman Greene, good to have you on the Young Turks.
Hi, thanks for having me tonight.
No problem. So normally we disagree a lot, and you've seen some of that. But tonight we're going to talk about something that we might have in common.
I thought that he would open this up with some kind of intro as to why he's having this conversation. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find the tweet. Okay. We have almost the exact same hair right now. It looks better on you. I don't even know what I look like right now, to be honest. The exact same hair? My hair is greasy and unwashed. You shouldn't brag about that, my friend. I assume they are coming together due to their mutual hate of Jewish people. I saw a clip of this earlier today, and I generally, I do think that people, I assume the best intentions in people, not just because that's just, I think that is my default, but I also think that when they prove you wrong, it is a more powerful moment to show, right? I really didn't think that Cenk or Hassan were actually anti-Semitic. I thought that Hassan was closer to being anti-Semitic than Cenk. But really, I just thought that they were, especially with Hassan, 10 toes down, digging in, fighting for their side, and not smart enough to realize that the things that they're saying aren't just talking points that signal to their side. It like actually is anti-Semitic. There was a point during this that I saw a clip on Twitter earlier today of Cenk giving Marjorie Taylor Greene an out for the Jewish space lasers comments, saying that you're not anti-Semitic and you were misrepresented when people said that you blamed the wildfires on Jewish space lasers. And then he allowed her to explain that she didn't say Jewish space lasers. She just said that the Rothschilds and all of these Jewish interests all together, blah, 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 blah. She lays out the whole fucking conspiracy. And he's like, yeah, well, that's crazy. That happens at some point in this conversation, guys. The fact that he can hear her say that and not push back after saying, like, people said that you were anti-Semitic for this. Can you give us an explanation? And then not push back on it whatsoever? Holy shit. This motherfucker might actually hate Jewish people. That's unbelievable to me. I really, until that moment, that actually was the actual flip for me to actually think this guy really, even if it's some subconscious level, fucking hates Jewish people. I don't think they're anti-Semitic. They are just leftoid brained. Israel bad because Israel has power. It's not any more complicated than that. Yeah, but I think that I don't think that, and maybe they're not conscious of it. I don't think that they separate Jew and Israel. I don't think they do it. I want to have AI swap their hair because I don't think either of them will look that different. Jesus. That would be interesting to see, but it'd be funny to see. Hassan is awful. He's quite literally no better than Destiny in any realm whatsoever. He sent nudes without consent. He made utilitarian rape arguments. He's awful. Oh, I think Hassan is a bad person. Okay, don't get me wrong. I've never said that. I just didn't think that he was actually anti-Semitic. But I have been pushed to that position, ever so slightly onto that position, but there's too much at this point, man. It's like too much, and at a certain point, dude, like I have a pretty high tolerance and a pretty high threshold for labeling people shit. It just gets to a point where it's too much. If I were home, I'd have their hair swapped already.
Common. And I want to get a little bit of information.
I wanted to read his posts here. Which one was first? Okay. Big moment on tonight's TYT. Marjorie Taylor Greene is coming on at 8 p.m. We're going to see if we can stop a war together. There are skeptics that right-wing and left-wing populists can work with each other. Well, if there's anything we should work together on, it's to stop a war. And then right before, afterwards, he says, there are a lot of people on the left who say I shouldn't interview Marjorie Taylor Greene. I did anyway because I'm against war with Iran, and so is she. Am I supposed to hate that she's on my side on this issue? Am I supposed to yell at her anyway? Am I supposed to switch my position to spite her? Trying to understand the ridiculous request not to interview a sitting member of Congress on issues you agree on, or trying to understand the ridiculous request not to interview a sitting member of Congress on issues you agree on. I think tribalism is a virus. I bet you some people on the left would be for war with Iran just to oppose her. Don't worry, you're not going to melt if she agrees with you on one or two things. We were against all of these wars first. Take yes for an answer. This is the problem. Okay? We're going to see if we can stop a war together. That's a noble goal. There are skeptics that right-wing and left-wing populists can work together. Who the fuck thinks that? Can we look back in history and left-wing and right-wing populists working together? I can think of two notable examples in the 30s with Germany both internally and with another country. There was the internal, the far right and the far left worked together to completely obliterate liberalism, and then the Nazis took over. And then the Nazis and the Soviets came together. Those are both populist. They came together and they invaded Poland, started World War II together, best friends until the right-wingers sold them out. Maybe you should think about that history a little bit there, Jenk. But this is the problem here. There's a lot of people on the left who say I shouldn't interview Marjorie Taylor Greene. Nobody's saying that you shouldn't interview her. I did anyway because I'm against a war with Iran and so is she. You guys don't have the same reasons. You guys do not have the same intentions. Intentions matter. Intentions matter. Why does she not want to go to war? Because she wants to be a completely isolationist, fucking like crazy, hyper religious, like sectarian, pseudo fascist country. That is actually what Marjorie Taylor Greene wants. She is actually evil. Jake probably just doesn't like war that much and probably doesn't like the idea of like going to war. He just has it as an axiom. But it's not like some broader thing. He just doesn't like war. Marjorie Taylor Greene's is a broader thing. She doesn't want the United States involved in anything ever. Am I supposed to hate that she's on my side on this issue? She's not on your side on this issue. Am I supposed to yell at her anyway? If she says something you disagree with, yeah, you should challenge her. Am I supposed to switch my position to spite her? No. If you're against the war, you should be against the war. But you don't have to break bread and run cover for someone saying that Jews have space lasers. It's insane. He has appeasement brain? No, he has tribalism brain. And his tribe is populists. And he'll sell out every single fucking group in the entire world until he's the one that gets sent to the camps. And I know that's hyperbolic fucking language. Don't get me fucking wrong. I am being hyperbolic there. But it's less hyperbolic now than it was 8 months ago, 9 months ago.
Information about what's happening on the inside in Washington and see if we can maybe.
Oh, 1 second. Let me catch up with chat and then we will officially start. IMO progressivism allows for racism more than traditional right-wing views. Or you're sent to understand that you have to judge people individually, while progressives are more prone to categorization. I disagree. I think that is a perception. 1 second. I need to get a glass of water. Holy fuck. My throat is... I can't fucking talk. I'm going to cough. Hi, Sam. But yeah, sourcing, just to like, I think that that's a view I used to subscribe to, and it was like it's like a truism almost. But I don't know, my experiences with conservatives in the past couple of months, I there is something there, but they're just as prone to categorization. They're very good about it. And I think that it's just the forward facing thing that they'll say. It might be what they no, I don't know. I just don't agree. I would have to think about it a lot more. It's almost like populism has a major flaw in that most people are ignorant. Fox, true. I wasn't trying to ignore you, Sam. Sorry. I'm just you right now. Wait, what did I even say that would have that reaction? So I believe Vosh made a comparison a while ago that's appropriate. Someone on the left doesn't like rich people, and someone on the right doesn't like rich people, but their reasons are completely different. One doesn't like them because they say exploitation. The other says because woke. Even though they agree on a surface level, it doesn't mean much. I mean, yeah, but like it's harder to explain. Like, that is an apt explanation. It's just that when it comes to not liking war, like the intention there, it seems like it matters less, but I think that it matters a lot. You just looked at distressed. I am distressed. I actually probably am. Hey, Tron, by the way, cut this out, okay? I probably am like clinically depressed, like in a pretty major and bad way. But luckily my new job that I've been talking about has benefits, so I might consider therapy for the first time in my life. Like, cause I'm like actually pretty fucking pissed all the fucking time. I'm like, it is probably bad for me at this point. This is a cry for help. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's not a cry for help. But text me later, bro. Listen, yeah. And just so you know, I was also saying this earlier. I'm a really bad friend. I'm just really bad at keeping contact with people, even though I have the desire to. And I think you know that. I'm just really bad at it. So I want to talk to you. You're just gonna have to force me to. Until I figure out how to get past whatever autistic roadblock is in my head. But yeah, like I'm not like in dire straits. I don't think so. Not yet, at least. But I think that I have hit the point where I would admit it would be fucking really, I would be really mad at one of my friends if I knew that they felt like this and didn't, like, get free therapy from a job, And I also think that it's probably a good thing to be honest with people. Also, I've wanted to fucking say that out loud for a while, but I feel like everyone in my life is going to be like super fucking concerned about me. And I don't need people being concerned about me because it's not that deep yet, right? I've just identified it before it got that deep. But yeah, I'm like super fucking mad all the time. And that needs to change. And I need to be able to solidify thoughts, I had drinks with Sondsol. That is true. All right. Tron, you can start the recording back now. All right.
Prevent a war. So the two sides coming together here on what I hope is a good mission. So let's start on Iran. I'm worried about a war with Iran. It appears you're worried about a war with Iran. Do you know where it stands today within the Trump administration? Because you and Tucker Carlson and others seem so concerned.
I would say, in terms of any kind of war, us being the aggressor or like actively seeking to be in a war, I would say Iran probably is the country that Trump wants to fuck up the most. I think Trump loves Israel, first off, because he's a boomer and boomers love Israel. I think Trump fucking hates Iran because there's, I think at this point, I think the FBI has just like stated like, yeah, we had intelligence that Iran was actively seeking to kill Trump on the campaign trail. And I think that Trump like actually wants to fucking nuke Iran because of that. Just like things that he has said and like there were some actions that happened at the very beginning of the administration. I can't remember what it was, but it was like, Jesus Christ, that was pretty aggro, but skip to 145 and pause, save it when the tweet gets brought up.
Freshman GOP.
Wait, what is this? Oh, this is the Jewish space laser conspiracy. Okay, got you.
That it makes me more concerned.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. And I just want to thank you for having me on your show tonight. I think it's incredibly important that we find common ground as Americans. And that's never a bad thing, even when we do disagree on other issues. So thank you so much. I have been very concerned, and I'll tell you why. A little bit of my background. I'm one of those Americans that are really sick and tired of the narrative that we're constantly told that we're supposed to hate some country that's overseas that maybe we've never been to. We don't know anything about that country, but we're told that they're the greatest threat to our freedoms and our democracy, and that we have to go to war with them. We saw this. We'll go back to Vietnam. We went to Vietnam and we lost thousands and thousands of American soldiers, and we lost that war. We went into Iraq. We were told we were to look for weapons.
Also, I think she's just reading a tweet that she put out. I think maybe yesterday or the day before. I think these people fucking hate America, man. Like the complete focus on every bad thing, arguably bad thing, or perceived bad thing is the focus of everything that they talk about all the time. But I don't hear any kind of positive outlook on America. I never ever hear them say this is what we ought to see in America. This is the vision for the future. They're complainers, losers. Yes, exactly. And it's like after that whole, hour and a half long rant that you guys just sat through, like you guys can tell I'm very passionate about this stuff. I really do feel a strong feeling of patriotism for my country. I actually love this country and what it's capable of and the good that it's capable of. I love the good that the United States does. I like my country. It has major issues, but the United States is fucking definitionally awesome. It generates awe. It is the most powerful civilization humankind has ever created. It has military capabilities no other nation or groups of nations on the face of the planet could easily match up to. Certainly no one individually. Its economic power is beyond the comprehension of a single human being. its cultural reach is more than anything a civilization before could have dreamed of. The British thought that they were like nutso, having their shit all over the fucking world. People dream of coming to America. People dream of coming to America. But the only things these people ever talk about is how much it sucks, how horrible it is, how bad the other side treats us. Sourcing is right. They are complainers. They are losers. They have no forward vision for what America ought to be for everyone. This is the populist left and right in a nutshell. Okay.
People, calm down.
Yeah. Go to USA, get to detour to El Salvador, and see, like, what are we doing when we have our vice president making jokes about deporting visitors to our country during the World Cup? We live in the most amazing country the world has ever seen, bar none. In almost every single metric. And all these people do is destroy it. I'm in Canada and we are in shock. Listen, this is them. It's not all of us, all right? I genuinely feel bad for Canadians. The amount of friendship and the amount of camaraderie and brotherhood between our nations going back several hundred years at this point, 200 years, is unbelievable. The ties that we have economically, culturally, militarily, and for us to just like shit on them is disgusting. But it's scary he could get elected. I know, it is scary. Well, growing up that USA is everything, but now it's nothing, and I live in Sweden. Well, and it sucks that those are the kinds of opinions that we hear about America now. It does suck, but I don't blame people for saying that. It sucks to hear, but I don't blame people for saying it.
Of mass destruction. Well, we didn't find any, but we ended up being stuck in the Middle East for a long time, and then ended up in Afghanistan looking for Osama bin Laden, and he wasn't there either. And then we were told that
in Afghanistan. Well, I think and this is something. America's great. I love it here. I love it here too. I love my country. And I could be pushed on this because I haven't had I'm not a Middle East history scholar, and I'm not an American history from in the early 2000s scholar, right? Based off of what I know, it seems like Afghanistan was justified in the beginning. And it was good in the beginning. But because we had no end goal, it became a bad thing. I think Osama was in Afghanistan at first, and he fled to Pakistan, right? Was that a hospital sock? Yeah, I keep it on my microphone because it pisses people off. But yeah, so like I think that based off of what I know, Afghanistan was justified. That was not a bad thing that we did. The bad thing was not having the political will to leave. and not having the political will to have a vision for what that country looked like once we left, you know? But those Democrats were insane. Ugh, you're in a bad place for this. The fuck are we talking about? All sorts of stuff, dude. Large March is a piece of crap. Jesus, never heard Large March.
The oil in the Middle East would make us rich, and we were told that rare earth minerals in Afghanistan would also make us rich.
Well, yeah, but then we left. We didn't. We abdicated the country. But that was your guy who made the deal, right? Like you didn't. Trump negotiated that deal without involving the Afghanistan government, and that led to the lack of trust that they had, and probably led to the downfall of that country. I don't know why she would be mad about we didn't even get the rare earth metals. That was on Trump. He should have added that into the deal, and then, you know, actually made a deal that involved the Afghan. I keep on almost saying ANC, but that's South Africa. The Afghanistan. What was it? Was it the ANA? The Afghanistan? Was it the ANA? Oh, I guess it was the ANA. Fuck me. Skynet coming. You're an idiot. We got the opium from them. Biden did the deal. Didn't we slash and burn all of their poppy fields? Wasn't that like a major criticism of the Obama administration and the Trump administration, that we made them slash and burn all their poppy fields because instead of, you know, helping them regulate it? The Taliban allowed bin Laden to stay in Afghanistan, but bin Laden fled. Then the U.S. took sides in a lengthy civil war. The Taliban finally returned to power. Yeah. So like so sounds like my assessment is correct. Like the beginning of the war in Afghanistan was justified in the way that the war in Iraq was not. But because we didn't have a long-term goal and we just stayed there, it just was bad at the end. Hell no, we protected. I was there. Well, listen, I don't know a lot about that war. I can only have so much knowledge in my mind. It's ironic America didn't go after Saudi Arabia even when most of the hijackers were Saudis. Well, I don't know if that matters. People keep on saying that, but like, if there were a bunch of people that were from one country, but then joined an extremist group in another country and then attacked a third country, would we hold that first country responsible? I genuinely don't know because I've never looked into it. But yeah. Then stop talking about it. We're having a conversation, Lesbo. Okay, Jesus Christ. If I say something that don't have a lot of confidence in, you'll know. Okay, I won't say something with low confidence confidently.
Well, that didn't. We're $36 trillion in debt. And for me, I'll just be really direct. I'm unapologetically for our country, the United States of America, and I want to fix our problems here at home. And I believe that's what everyone's hard-earned tax dollars are really supposed to be used for. And,
I do have an issue with my ear that makes bad audio quality like actually hurt in my left ear. I don't know why these multi-million-dollar politicians can't afford a $20 shirt, like fucking cheap ass Amazon what do you call them? This kind of mic. I can't think of the type of mic it is, but it's not a dynamic mic. It's the one that starts with a C. And it's gonna kill me. Types of microphones. It's going to kill me. Condenser. Like, you can get one for $20 and it won't hurt my ear and it won't sound bad. Your lighting is okay, even though it's a little washing you out, but like the audio is just so fucking bad. I don't get it.
I just don't buy the narrative anymore. We've been told for years and years and years, I'm longer than I can remember, that Iran is on the verge of having a nuclear weapon, but we continually ignore the ones that have nuclear weapons, like India, Pakistan. They're actually,
What do you want to do about India and Pakistan having nuclear weapons? What do you think we're going to do about that? You think they're going to give them up? Good enough for heaven? Ever lied or stolen before? Ever cursed? Ever lusted or hated anyone before? I've done all of those things at the same time. All of them to your mother.
So starting a war with each other right now. What about North Korea? They have nuclear weapons. China, Russia, we have nuclear.
Yeah, but Iran also having nuclear weapons would be a bad thing. Iran actually is a really fucking bad country. It's they probably have what would be closest to what you could call an evil regime, them and Russia on Earth. Like they have caused so much death and destruction in the Middle East. The idea that Iran having a nuclear weapon because North Korea has a nuclear weapon, like that not being a big deal because North Korea has a nuclear weapon, is fucking ludicrous.
Nuclear weapons. Many countries have nuclear weapons, but yet the problems that I see and the people that I know deal with problems like drug addiction.
Comment on the Indian version. I don't know a goddamn thing about that conflict. But I know that there were a lot of funny memes that came out of India at the beginning of the Israel Gaza conflict. So I'm looking forward to those memes. I don't even know when I'm going to have time to look into that issue. Like I know the very broad strokes when it comes to Kashmir, but like I don't know anything else. I just know that there is a location and they both want it.
And overdose. Mental health is a great concern in America today, and we've really.
Well, let's see. Marjorie Taylor Greene, have you ever co-sponsored or sponsored a bill that increased funding for and increased access to mental health services?
They got to do something to make everything affordable for every single person that lives in this country. And here's the bottom line. My job title is United States House of Representatives. I'm a representative for the United States for Georgia's 14th district. And that means that we've got to focus here at home instead of worrying about running off and going to another war.
Guess what? Marjorie Taylor Greene, when you swore your oath of office and you assumed the role of congressperson, you had to start dealing with stuff that didn't happen just inside of the United States. You hold the responsibility to vote to go to war or not. You have the power to enact trade deals, to vote for that. You don't get to abdicate your role as a policymaker for America's foreign policy just because it's too difficult for you.
Or another foreign war that we don't belong in.
Yep. Okay, we're living very interesting times because a lot of people on the left say don't even have Marjorie Taylor Greene on, and if you do, you got to yell at her, et cetera. And so we asked our audience, Representative Greene, on our website tyt.com whether we should have you on, and it looks like, what is that? 82% say yes. So
see, all of these people thought that they were going to have her on for an argumentative, a combative interview. That's not what happened.
And here you are. And once you come on, it turns out, oh, wait, you agree with us on Iran? And by the way, you agree with us on Vietnam and Iraq. So if we can actually prevent a war together, that would be amazing. So, but now let's talk about, yes, but how deep is it right now? Like, I know for the Iraq war, they did a lot of propaganda, and Young Turks been around forever. We're the longest running show in internet history.
I'll look into it eventually. I just don't have time to right now.
And so we were on the air for the Iraq war, and at the time, Ben Mankiewicz and I were like, no, don't go. They did.
Dr. Demand says, Italy has more influence culturally than the USA. You are a coping New York Italian, and I can tell. Okay? I can tell that you're a coping New York Italian because no one on the face of the planet thinks about Italy except for New York Italians. Anyways, by the way, if you guys are watching on YouTube, please like the stream. If you're watching on the short stream, you just got to double tap the screen. I see 6 likes on the short stream right now. Let's see if we can bump those numbers up. How's everyone doing? Just checking in with chat. How's everyone feeling over there? If you're watching on the big screen on the YouTube stream, please like the stream as well. If you want to know a little bit about me, I am Sondsol. I'm a political science student. I live in Washington, D.C. I am on track to be working with the Democratic Party, and I am full of rage. They always say this shit of nobody wants us to talk to you. Yeah, I don't understand that either because, like, yeah, people like watching their favorite politician own another politician. They like watching their favorite political creator own a fucking, the opposition. They love that shit. Why would you not think that your audience just doesn't want you to suck them off and agree with them the entire time, Hi, 1v1 me. Yeah, let's go right now. Let's fight. Okay, I'm gonna have to just keep on watching it. You guys are typing too much.
Yes, but how deep is it right now? Like, I know for the Iraq War, they did a lot of propaganda, and Young Turks been around forever. We're the longest running show in internet history, and so we were on the air for the Iraq War. And
he says that a lot. Is that true? The longest running show in internet history? Maybe news show, but in longest running show? Smosh has been around for a long time. I don't know.
And at the time, Ben Mankiewicz and I were like, no, don't go. They didn't attack us, right? But they built up a lot of propaganda before they went in and did the attack. In this case, it looks like there's some significant drama, moving of the chairs around in the Pentagon, in the National Security Advisor group. So do you have a better sense of how close we are to war right now?
Well, there was a development today. I've been constantly saying for several weeks now, I've never seen a Houthi or a Houthi or however you pronounce it.
Did something happen? Did something happen that makes people think we're about to go to war with Iran? Like specifically? Like, I don't think that it's the most unlikely thing in the entire fucking world, but let's be fucking real. I don't think that we're looking for that right now. Well, Trump could do fucking anything. He could just decide, yeah, we are going to war with Iran right now because they tried to assassinate me. Maybe first to call themselves a show modeled after normal TV. Maybe.
I don't even know what they look like. I haven't seen them back home in Rome, Georgia, where I live. I haven't seen them in Washington, D.C. And I keep saying that, how is this a threat to everyday Americans when they are not threatening us here at home in our homeland? And
well, the Houthis specifically are blockading a major trade route that has increased prices for people here at home. I know that Republicans all of a sudden don't care about prices increasing, but that was one of the reasons why inflation went up, is because fucking there was now an entire section of the ocean that was not allowed to be sailed through. So that was one thing that was bad. Also, the United States has a reputation and a responsibility that we have assumed ourselves to be the world's free trade police, which has given us all of the fucking benefits that we have today, all of the wealth that we have today. So we want to hold on to that role as the world's trade police, and so that everyone can continue doing that. So yeah, it's really bad that the Houthis are doing this. Yes.
I think this narrative broke through, and I was excited to see President Trump say today from the White House.
Chinano says, we were gaslighted under Biden that all of this inflation was transitory. Oh, the inflation went up and then the inflation went down? As in it came and it went? As if it was transitory?
During one of his press conferences that there has been communication with the Houthis.
Oh, wait, hold on. Does that... Oh, it has it for March. It doesn't have it for April yet.
peace with Yemen, and they have decided that they have said they won't bomb ships anymore. And President Trump said, well, we will not bomb the Houthis. So I think that that's significant, and I was very happy to hear it.
Oh, this also was fucking crazy. The fact that Trump made a deal with the Houthis without involving Israel, mind you. This was another unilateral discussion to stop fighting between, the deal was, we'll stop bombing you and you stop bombing us. But the Houthis are still going to continue bombing ships in the Red Sea and bombing Israel. So we just bombed them a whole bunch and wasted, tens of millions of dollars, actually hundreds of millions of dollars, because we lost 2 planes over the sides of the aircraft carrier, not to mention all the cost of the munitions. Hundreds of millions of dollars on this operation for no effect. What the fuck?
But I also think it was important to speak out. And I thought it was important to remind everyone here in Washington that always seems to forget the campaign promises that are made on the campaign trail, that the biggest part of this campaign.
What's really crazy? The new Pope is in my garden right now eating berries by the handful. Not sure what to do, not sure who to do. Well, you told the right guy. I'm very interested, and I'll be over in 10 minutes, okay?
One of them was no more foreign wars, no matter which country it is. We don't want to go to war for Ukraine. We don't want to go to war against Iran. I don't think we should be fighting wars on behalf of Israel. And many Americans agree with that. So I was pleased to see President Trump's announcement today that there had been communication and they said no more bombs.
So look,
but the Houthis are still going to continue doing we didn't stop them from doing anything. Every single fucking deal Trump has made since he's gotten into office, every single fucking thing that he has done has been embarrassing for him. What the fuck? She looks like an Oblivion character. Jesus Christ. One second, I need to fucking recover from that. Jesus. That's unbelievably brutal.
First, credit where credit is due. When Netanyahu asked him to bomb Iran and Trump didn't, about a week or 2 weeks ago,
This scum fucking fat fucking piece of shit blockhead retard. What the fuck? Does this stupid piece of shit actually think that that under Joe Biden, that if Netanyahu asked the United States to bomb Iran, that we would do it? Does he think that Trump is the first statesman to stand up to Israel and say, no, we will not start a world war for you? Are you fucking retarded?
Was very happy about that, and I gave Trump credit for that. And now you're, reporting more good news about, not bombing Yemen anymore. We'll see if that holds. But Representative Green, we're having these conversations.
I don't understand why we would want them to. Marjorie Taylor looks like this. You people are cruel. You people are cruel. Fuck, I lost my train of thought.
Be coming anymore. We'll see if that holds.
I was gonna say, when it comes to the Houthis, I'm not sure we should stop bombing the Houthis. I'm kind of torn on that because there's a good argument for we're wasting a lot of munitions on not effectuating great change, and those munitions are pretty expensive. On the other hand, the Houthis are a fucking terrorist group, and I don't like terrorists that much, so I don't know why we're making deals with them to stop bombing them where we give them everything and get nothing in return.
Representative Green, we're having these conversations.
Chano, if you think that I am saying anything wrong, you can type in ! Discord, and you can join the Discord, and you can jump into a voice call with me, and you can tell me exactly what I'm saying that's incorrect.
Because the Trump
no blue cards, because I don't want to get banned. So if you say racial slurs in my chat, we're going to have to ban you because that's the only way that I can protect myself from getting banned.
Administration is filled with neocons. If it wasn't filled with neocons, we wouldn't need this conversation. He said anti-war. You're very clear about that. You're super clear about that. I'm clear about it. But all of a sudden, we're having a conversation about how we might go to war. So how do you think the neocons get?
What sparked this conversation? Do we have any? Is there any? Netanyahu, fuck off. Netanyahu's pushing for an Iran war, but Trump holds back for now. I don't know what the nation is, so I don't know what the skew is on this. So. In Donald Trump's Washington, where chaos and ever-tightening authoritarian... Blah, blah, blah. Waltz lost his position not just for general militarism, but because Waltz was allying himself with Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and pushing for an American attack on Iran. On Saturday, the Washington Post reported that Waltz fell out of favor in part because he appeared to have engaged in intense coordination with Netanyahu about military operations against Iran ahead of an Oval Office meeting between the Israeli leader and Trump. Oof. American attack for decades. Okay. So it was because of Waltz.
Got there, and how powerful do you think they are within the Trump administration?
Well, I would say they're powerful on both sides of the aisle, to be honest with you. We saw Democrats in the House and Senate vote overwhelmingly to fund the war in Ukraine. And we saw Republicans do the same thing in the House and the Senate. So I would say this is not a one-party problem. This is a two-party problem. And this is also the military-industrial complex that is...
Military-industrial complex. Oh, there's always some giant amorphous conglomeration that's rolling everything and causing everything bad to happen. Things don't just happen. Everything bad that happens is because of people that I personally don't like.
Very, very powerful because they keep, no matter what administration it is, they somehow find a way to get their foreign wars. However, I really give President Trump a lot of credit for standing up against this. And the announcement he said today was, I think, extremely significant. But we still have a long ways to go. And no matter who is president of the United States, it's the most powerful person in the world. That's who President Trump is right now. And everybody is texting him, calling him, and doing everything they can to get in the Oval Office or to somehow find time with him on the weekends.
And also, like, this just ain't fucking true. 1 second.
Everybody is texting powerful, but we still have a long ways to go. And no matter who is president of the United States, it's the most powerful person in the world. That's who President Trump is right now. And everybody is texting him, calling him, and doing everything they can to get in the...
And see, like, that's the other thing. Like, they keep on telling us that everybody's trying to talk to Trump. Everyone's trying to make a deal with Trump. We have X amount of, like, how many deals do they say they have in the works all the fucking sudden? But they still haven't spoken to China? You need to watch Richie from Boston. Never heard of him. I stand united with the people of Israel because I have a cousin who is a rabbi in Israel. There's people, looks like there's pro-Palestinian and pro-Israel people in my chat. I don't like, listen, the factions on both sides right now, listen, the Israel thing at this point, I wash my fucking hands of it. At this point, like, there's so much going on here that I can't focus on that shit. But it's tragic. We are rotting our... What the fuck does that mean, Teddy Bundy? You're so involved. Yeah, I'm super involved.
Oval Office or to somehow find time with him on the weekends. So I don't think they'll let up anytime soon. But I will say this: I think it's up to the American people to continue to voice their concerns and express what they want out of this government. And I think that's important, no matter who's in charge. And so I hope we continue to have this conversation, and I hope we continue to just make sure what people want is said louder than the small minority here in Washington, D.C. that wants more foreign wars.
You know, I'm going to move on to Israel in a little bit and free speech and all that, but a couple more on Iran here because it's so monumentally important. So look, John Fetterman's saying that we should bomb.
Countdown to normalcy. Your country goes down all 4 for Israel. Trump really likes Israel.
Iran right now. He's a Democrat. I'm deeply disappointed in him. Kamala Harris wrapped her arms around Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney during the campaign. I thought it was a disastrous idea. I said it many times. The neocons are not our friends. And if you're a Democrat and you're embracing neocons.
This guy is trying so hard to save face after getting absolutely fucking embarrassed by saying, oh, well, I'm a progressive. And I realize now, after Kamala Harris loses the election, I realize now that MAGA isn't my enemy. It's really the establishment that's my enemy. And really, I need to break bread with these people because they agree with me a lot more than they disagree with me. And they go on to literally do the exact opposite of every single one of his foundational fucking principles. In direct defiance of the fucking law, and he's still cucked. He's still cucked. He's still digging in his heels and spreading his ass cheeks, spreading it open for MAGA people to fuck him some more.
It makes no sense. No ideological sense. It's not.
Oh man, I can see that we have extremists from both sides of this Israel-Palestine conflict in my YouTube chat. Unfortunately, both of you people are absolutely fucking deranged, and I have no sympathy for anything bad that happens to you.
Principled, it just makes, so if you want to say Liz Cheney did the right thing for about January 6th hearings, etc., probably we could debate that, but I understand that part, but don't go in a neocon direction. Now, having said all that, I'm being honest about it. If Trump does attack Iran, how disappointed will you be in Trump?
I don't see a need to attack.
Please read this. The anti-war people, Jank, is bending over. Support this guy. Dear MAGA, I know many of you are upset at Trump's pro-war picks. You expected him to be anti-war. When is this from? November 12th, 2024. I hate to tell you, but your favorite independent media hosts were lying to you the entire time. Here's Trump's first-term foreign policy. Increased drone strikes, 432%. 2,243 drone strikes in his first 2 years alone, more than 8 years of Obama. Kept us in Iraq, kept us in Afghanistan, 333% increase in civilian deaths in Afghanistan. Bombed Syria twice, bombed Somalia, occupied a third of Syria to take the oil. Increase the military budget every year. Let Israel illegally annex the Golan Heights, which is Syrian. Assassinated a top Iranian commander who was fighting ISIS. Listen, I don't agree with Kulinski's. I don't agree with Kulinski's foreign policy all the way. Okay, listen, I didn't like that guy. He was a bad guy. Tried to coup Venezuela, ripped up the Iran agreement. Armed Saudi Arabia as they did a genocide in Yemen and vetoed a bill to cut off the weapons, dropped the mother of all bombs on Afghanistan, hired John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, and Gina Haspel, all insane neocon warmongers, and let them run his foreign policy, pardoned Blackwater war criminals, signed pro-torture executive order. His first military raid as president killed a little American girl. Okay, I don't know why we just read that. I would like to keep watching the video.
Iran. I don't see a need or understand a reason to attack.
Is that a monitor from 1979? It is a CRT TV so that I can play my old video games.
Iran, and the American people don't want a war with Iran. For the past several years during the Biden administration, we saw our own borders overrun every single day. And I serve on the Homeland Security Committee, and I can't tell you how many stories, there are too many stories to even comprehend, from families who lost their family member to fentanyl poisoning or perhaps some other type of illegal alien crime or murder, whether it was a car accident or an actual rape and murder. And these are the stories I think we should be paying attention to. And
Jake's not going to push back on this whatsoever. He's not going. Is he really going to just platform the insane Jewish space laser lady because they both just hate Israel that much. He's not going to push back on her at all.
And this is what matters to me. Our border matters to me, and the American people matter to me. And that'll be my continued focus, and that will be my.
Do a stream about something. If you type in exclamation point here, I'll do it right here. If you type in exclamation point Discord and you join my Discord, click that link that's going to pop up here in just a second. You can join the Discord and that's a place where you can link me stuff. If you want me to go over it, there's a little channel in there where you can copy and paste links for me to go over on stream. And if you disagree with something that I'm saying and you want to argue with me about it, you can also join the Discord and join the voice channel. There is an open invitation to debate unless you're acting like a schizo, in which case I'd probably just not debate you.
Continued voice, my public voice.
By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, please like the stream. If you're watching on Twitch, subscribe and give me money and shit, okay?
We should be paying attention to, and this is what matters to me. Our border matters to me, and the American people matter to me. And that'll be my continued focus, and that will be my continued voice, my public voice, as well as my private voice, and when I get to speak with the president.
Okay, and you do get to speak with the president, and I don't. So that's important that you deliver that message. So we appreciate it.
Thank you for the sub, my friend.
Amazing.
Amazing. I appreciate that. She just went on. She just gave a political stump speech. She is the antithesis of progressive politics, mind you. And for people that are watching, you guys don't know who I am. I'm not a hyper-progressive person, okay? I'm not a hyper-progressive person. Motherfucker, this woman's fucking crazy. If you're going to have someone on that is going to say crazy shit that you don't agree with, that you think is hateful shit, you should probably push back.
Matter to me. Intention or murder, whether it was a car accident or an actual rape and murder. And these are the stories I think we should be paying attention to. And this is what matters to me. Our border matters to me, and the American people matter to me. And that'll be my continued focus, and that will be my continued voice, my public voice, as well as my private voice, and when I get to speak with the president.
Okay, and you do get to speak with the president, and I don't. So that's important that you deliver that message. So we appreciate it, or at least I appreciate it. I'll speak for myself. And so one last thing on Iran. Look, Iran was in basically a peace deal with us during the Obama years, and we got to take most of their uranium out of their country, so they had no ability to develop nuclear weapons. I thought it was a great deal, and I criticize people on all sides, and I criticize Obama for a lot of things, but I thought that was actually one of his better accomplishments, keeping us out of the war and making sure Iran didn't get nukes. How about going back into that deal?
Well, I think a deal would be important, and perhaps that's what the Trump administration and President Trump is working towards. He's made that commitment that he doesn't want Iran to ever have a nuclear weapon, and so I'm sure there is a major effort there to make sure it doesn't happen. Here's the situation though: is I'll go back to this. Unless Iran is directly attacking America, attacking the American people, I'm more of like, let's focus at home. We have.
Here's the thing. I don't think anyone... Who the fuck is pushing for war with Iran right now? Can someone explain that to me? Like, we read the article. That guy got moved. Just because someone asks us to do something doesn't mean that we have to do it. Is it a serious consideration right now?
Tremendous problems here at home, as well as looking at other countries that we don't want to get sucked into their foreign wars. And Ukraine is another one that I think that we need to make sure that we stay out of. These are all of these countries, when we're talking about these geopolitical conflicts, these are places that have had conflicts, some of them longer than I've been alive. And I turned 51 at the end of this month. So whether it's the Middle East or, some kind of conflict over in Eastern Europe or wherever it is, I really think for me, my main focus is let's fix.
But like the problem is like you guys aren't fixing America either, because like our economy is like getting giga raped by President Retard going into office and just shitting on everything. Just walking into a room and taking an explosive fucking diarrhea shit over the entire fucking economy. Like, I don't know how else to fucking say it. Like, you're not helping our foreign policy. You're not helping in that regard. And you're certainly not focusing here at home, because our economy is in the fucking shitter. People's 401ks are getting raped. Inflation is increasing. Unemployment is going up. Do we actually fix something by stopping what you guys are doing now?
Fix America. Let's fix our problems, because our problems are quite significant.
Yeah. All right. So now a related issue, because I think the neocons got there because of campaign donations, and Israel has taken about $300 billion adjusted for inflation over their lifetime from America, or we've given it to them because they're a special ally, whatever that means. I don't know what it means. And so I actually said that the other day, and somebody on social media, right winger on social media, was like, "Hey, Grok, is that true?" And Grok was like, "Actually, it's a little higher. It's around $311 billion." So, do we have to keep giving money to Israel, or can we just say, "Hey, that's enough. You're a grown-up country. You're one of the top 20 economies in the world. You have universal health care. We don't. You have paid family leave. We don't."
I've never cared to look into like the breakdown of what the aid that we give over to Israel is. I would be so curious to see what the breakdown of that is and to see if it's like actually a bad thing.
Is it time to stop giving money to Israel?
I would say it's time to stop giving money to pretty much every single country around the world.
Which is just like an abdication of responsibility of the United States and an abdication of all possible goodwill with any country. Like the reason we give countries money is because money buys influence. We're buying influence with other countries all over the world, because the more countries we have on our side, the less countries are on the side of our enemies. Like I'm being super fucking reductive. Let me be clear. I know that I'm being reductive, but I'm given the basics where we get something when we spend money. We get something when we spend money. Now, there is a balance there, but that's not what they're looking for. They're not looking for a balance. They're looking to slash and burn.
I'm very much against foreign donations to countries all over the world, especially when we're in $36 trillion.
And if, again, there is an open invitation. If you think what I'm saying right now is incorrect, you can type in ! Discord and you can join the Discord and you can jump into a voice call with me and you can tell me what I'm saying that's incorrect. Like Vincere says, you are a typical misinformed idiot. Sorry, I don't know what I've said that's incorrect. Maybe you could come into voice and tell me.
That it saddens me to see homeless veterans on our streets.
We can be friends without money. That is true. But usually relationships between countries are transactional. All of our allies, all of our closest allies, we have transactional relationships with them. Good transactional relationships. We both get stuff out of it. We both enjoy each other's cultures and stuff like that. But we're not getting something for nothing.
It saddens me talking to senior citizens that can hardly afford to pay rent or pay.
A fucking 20% fucking tax increase on the cheapest fucking goods in the country is definitely going to help with that.
For their medications and food. I really think that our money needs to stay.
Didn't maybe I'm mixing up two stories, and you guys can call me on this if I am. I might be mixing up two stories. Did Trump not announce tariffs on pharmaceuticals? Am I wrong on that? I could just Google it. Trump tariff. Bro, are you a musician? I am a musician. President Trump's threat of pharmaceutical tariffs. Yeah. So, like, are the pharmaceutical tariffs supposed to make those medications for the seniors who can't afford it right now cheaper?
Home and fix our own problems. But I'd also like to remind you, it's both sides of the aisle. With the Ukraine war, even AOC voted to fund the Ukraine war. It's Republicans and Democrats.
Because war is bad, but it's not bad because it's war. It's bad because someone is doing something to someone else and people are having to die to defend themselves. That is what a war is. There's usually an aggressor and there's usually a defender. When it comes to Ukraine, the aggressor and the defender is very obvious. It's very easy to draw the moral lines there. I will never hold it against a politician to send military aid to a country that's defending themselves from an aggressor.
Democrats together, and the uniparty is real. It is definitely a real thing here in Washington, and they're driven to continue funding foreign aid and funding.
Why don't you name and shame them then? Why don't you say exactly who are the real Republicans? Why don't you just name and shame every single one of them?
Countries and funding foreign wars, and I think that is. I don't know how to break that cycle. I do the best I can by being very vocal about it, as I'm one member of Congress out of 435, but I will continue urging that direction to go in.
So it's certainly bipartisan, yes. Both parties are very happy to give more and more money to Israel. I'm sure the fact that AIPAC was the #1 donor in this campaign cycle is just a coincidence, just randomly. It wouldn't affect it.
There's some weird stuff. It feels like every single fucking time the Jews get brought up, they get weird and cagey about it. I don't know what the deal is.
At all. I hear from mainstream media reporters that politicians don't care about money. But let's continue a little bit more, because Trump said this wild plan about how we were going to take.
Warhawks need to leave USA. I need to know what people mean by Warhawk. I don't desire war, but I think that it should be something that we join the correct side of if we're going to join it. The MAGA who yells about draining the swamp should start with Elon Musk. Elon gets $8 million every day from tax dollars. That's true.
Take over Gaza, and we're going to own Gaza, and we were going to take care of the unexploded bombs for Israel in Gaza. I assume you're against all that?
Yes, I'm not supporting that. I'm not interested in taking over some.
We could give all our people universal health care instead of giving billions to other countries? No, that's actually just simply not true. And we could have universal health care and pay for it at the same time. The fact that we're giving aid to other countries does not hold us back from universal health care at all.
Part of the Middle East. I'm unapologetically American, and I can't repeat that message loud enough and over again. We've got people in Western North Carolina, East Tennessee, and Northeast Georgia.
All right, this is the last time I'm going to pause for like the next 5 minutes, okay? To respond to chat, just because we got to get through the video. But Toby, 36 trillion in debt says otherwise. National debt is not necessarily a bad thing. Deficit spending is not necessarily a bad thing. Again, if you want to argue, if you think that I'm incorrect there, you can jump into a voice call with me, but I can't spend the entire time arguing with chat.
That their homes have still not been rebuilt from Hurricane Helene. Look at over in California, Malibu, where many people's homes were destroyed from the wildfires. And we could name different parts of the country, Lahaina, Hawaii, and on and on. And before we go in and try to clean up anybody else's mess, or pay for reconstruction in any country, whether it's Gaza or Ukraine, and I don't think we should be doing that either. I think we should rebuild here in America and help Americans first.
All right, let's.
ever since I can remember, going back to when I was in high school, and I'm almost 30 now, I can remember the meme about Republicans. Why don't we help our veterans? Why don't we help struggling families? Why don't we help the poor? Why are we helping all these other countries when we could be doing this? And then they go and proceed to vote against helping anyone inside of our own country. They talk about spending money elsewhere is evil. We should be spending money here. And then they say we shouldn't be spending money here either. I don't know what the Republican Party stands for.
Go to America and as these issues affect us here at home. So now people are getting snatched up off the streets. Mahmoud Halil, Öztürk, who wrote an op-ed.
Not me. Most Republicans are in support of universal health care and other welfare services. I am a political science student. I know that you are incorrect. Sorry.
Against Israel or criticizing the current Israeli government. And now they're arrested and potentially deported. And they were here legally on visas or as on green cards. Seems to be a direct attack on freedom of speech. What's your stance on those arrests?
Well, I think freedom of speech extends to Americans. I haven't really been vocal on any.
Our Constitution, people talk about the Fifth Amendment when we're talking about due process. And I'm not a legal scholar. I'm not a constitutional law scholar. I am currently getting my undergrad in political science. So I might be a little bit wrong. However, we go to the U.S. Constitution, Fifth Amendment. It says this: no person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia when in actual service in time of war or public danger. So, what is it saying here? No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury. What they're saying is, you're not going to be held responsible, legally responsible for something unless there is some legal process that we're going to get a grand jury indictment. You have to be indicted. You have to have something that says we have evidence that we're going to take you to court with, and we are going to try and put you in jail. We can't hold you in jail until we have that indictment. Obviously, with some reasonable, like 3-day holds while people are getting the indictments. So, but we know about these. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor deprived of life, liberty, or property, without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. There is a word that Marjorie Taylor Greene just brought up when it comes to due process, when it comes to the Constitution, right? And I'm pretty sure the First Amendment also holds true on this one. We can check. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peacefully to assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. The word that Marjorie Taylor Greene used that does not appear in these amendments is the word citizen. Citizen. She does not realize, willfully or otherwise, she does not realize that the Constitution applies to all persons in the United States unless it explicitly says otherwise. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against the unreasonable searches and seizures. I think once you get to the 14th Amendment, I think that's when you start seeing shit about citizens. I don't think that there is mention of citizens in the Bill of Rights. Yeah, I don't see the word citizen until the 11th Amendment. What's the 5th have to do with foreign spending? Oh, I'm specifically commenting on what Marjorie Taylor just said, to be clear.
And they were here legally on visas or as on green cards. Seems to be a direct attack on freedom of speech.
So I believe, I realize that I have become radicalized into capital L liberalism. I believe in the promise of America. I love the ideals of the Enlightenment, the form of government that we have. I love my country. And I love the Constitution. I think it's amazing. I don't say that as a joke or to be soy. I mean it from the bottom of my heart as someone who genuinely loves this country. I love the Constitution. And that's why when people are trying to make these arguments that freedom of speech only applies if you're a citizen, and then we're also going to try and get rid of people's ability to, or get rid of the birthright citizenship, it sounds to me like we're trying to minimize freedom of speech and minimize freedoms as much as possible. It's terrifying. And the fact that she's not pushing back on it when Republicans were the champions of freedom of speech should be terrifying to everyone. I don't care about anything else. Gas is $2.60. It was $2.30 under Biden. That tells me he's failed. Based.
What's your stance on those arrests?
They restrict anti-fascist speech. I don't think that they do. I don't know what you mean by that. I will say that the weird freedom of speech attacks on like anything, the anti-Semitism bills, I haven't looked at those, but just like the concept of having hate speech laws are a little bit spooky to me. So.
Well, I think freedom of speech extends to Americans. I haven't
Jerry Robertson, I know more about the Constitution than you.
Really been vocal on any of those issues. That's been more some of my other Republican colleagues that have been addressing those issues. I think being an American citizen is a pretty special privilege. But if you're here on a visa or a green card, then I think you should be respectful towards America and the people that we stand with. And so if they've done something wrong, then I have no problem with them being deported.
It's just that the fact that I think 80% or more of them didn't actually have any criminal record whatsoever. It's like actually appalling the commitment to being evil this administration is doing. It is unconscionable. They might have some kind of moral argument if they actually did send the kinds of people that they're saying they sent. But man, these are just fucking Joe Schmo random fucking people. Gay barbers and shit. And like I know I see you people in chat. You guys are very, very cool for how cruel you are. I get it. It's very cool. I get it. It does bother me. I get edginess, and I can be edgy too, but like at a certain point, your soul is rotting because you're more committed to defending Donald Trump than you are to defending all of his actions than you are to having any principles. One second. Where the fuck is my OBS? There it is. Sondsol, you're right. What is this? 60-minute investigation found no. Fucking ad block. 60 Minutes investigation found no criminal record for 75% of the Venezuelan migrants Trump imprisoned in El Salvador. Yeah. Trump cut regulations and allowed more drilling. Are you talking about right now? Because I haven't been, people keep on saying that. I have not been able to find a single piece of evidence that drilling has increased in the past couple of months. And that's just because all the information is from last year. I haven't seen any recent data unless it's come out in the past week. Okay. Anyways, continuing.
Right. If it turns out that the reporting is accurate, and Öztürk as an example, the Turkish student up in...
Day one executive order. Just because there was an executive order doesn't mean that drilling has begun. It doesn't mean that there is... production has increased. Sondsol was called Google, my friend. Oh, thanks, Tiffany. I hadn't considered that. Deport MAGA based. Well, that's not how the world works. What the fuck do you mean? He's given more land leases for drilling? Wait. Okay.
And Tufts. She just wrote an op-ed. Didn't do anything else, didn't say anything against America, just criticizing Israel and calling for an economic boycott. The Supreme Court has said that freedom of speech and our Constitution applies to everybody in the country, including resident aliens, that's legal aliens who have a green card, and people.
I'm going to leave before I say something I can't take back. Why don't you jump into voice call? I've been waiting for someone to be mean to me. So many people have been telling me that I'm wrong in chat, and yet nobody wants to talk to me in voice and tell me what I've said that's wrong.
On visas. So it could corrode our freedom of speech if they're not allowed to criticize Israel. Does it bother you that it's just this
people on... Wait, hold on. People on visas do not have rights? Oh, so you can go out right now and rape people who are on visas? You can go up to them and you can murder them with no repercussions? They don't have speech rights. Oh, why do you think that? Because there is a plethora of case law, both appellate courts, circuit courts, and the Supreme Court that says that all persons inside the United States, regardless of citizenship, have the rights in the Constitution. The Constitution applies to all persons inside of the United States. And you know what? In fact, this pesky thing for the executive branch called the legislative branch, the Supreme Court actually handed down a 9-0 verdict saying that, yes, actually, Donald Trump, civil rights apply to human beings in the United States, not just to citizens. You can deport any... but they still get due process, Toby. They still get due process. Toby has to be a troll? No, because a lot of people actually believe this. This is why I'm actually engaging with it. I'm in the waiting room, but I'm not here to be antagonistic. Listen, Tiffany Starr, if I want to argue with if I want to talk to someone right now, I'm going to argue with them. I might not be mean, but I'm going to argue with them. And I don't know if I don't want to be mean. It's been a long time since we've talked. And the last time I interacted with you, you were like heavily alcoholic, and we're very alcoholic on stream. And I'm a little bit old for that sort of stuff now. So love you to death. Not trying to be mean, but like, okay, let me catch back up with chat. Not without due process. I mean, they can if they want to go against the Constitution. Yeah, exactly. They get due process when they committed a crime. You actually get due process whenever the United States is accusing you of crime or trying to do something to you. When the government is doing something to you, you get due process. The USA labels them illegal, not me. Actually, a good chunk of the people who were deported were not illegal. They were actually cooperating with the process. And what kind of message is it to people who are following the process? What kind of message is it to them that even if you follow the process, you could be ripped up, deported to a country that you've never been to before in your entire life, and thrown into a prison full of the most deplorable gang members and terrorists you have ever seen in your life? They were complying. They were doing what we asked them to. In what world, in what country would you want to live in where you're following the law one day and the next time there's an election and someone doesn't like that law, you could be sent to a fucking foreign country in a pain prison? Spoiler, we don't give a shit. Yes, I understand that. You people are actually insane. Like I don't try to make people not conservative on my channel. I don't try to convince people not to be conservative, but I do try to convince people not to be evil people. I've been talking to some conservatives that I disagree with, right? Who are trying to do the whole Giga Chad, yeah, I don't care about people's rights. But behind the scenes, they're like, you know, I think this is like really fucked up, and hopefully it doesn't, you know, devolve any further past this, you know? I'm not a conservative. I used to be a Dem before they came insane. I'm sorry. If you think that the Democrats are more insane than the Republicans at this point, you're lost. I don't know what to fucking tell you. Breaking laws is evil, right? No, that is a crazy statement. I don't know if breaking laws is evil. It depends. And we're lost. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up with chat. One sec. And we're lost. We must be using evil, because when we're talking about breaking the law and evil, I'm talking about like moral. Like evil implies that like everybody, like anybody who sees you should attack you on sight. To me, that is what evil means. It means you are like literally anathema to human experience. So I don't think that just because you break a law, you are evil. Carmelo deserves capital punishment. I have not looked enough into that case at all. But it seems like people are very, very passionate about it with not enough information to be as passionate as they are. Anyways.
One country.
Also, again, I'm not going to sit here and get into a long fucking argument with chat. I have not finished this. I've been streaming for how many hours now? I haven't finished this 30-minute video. If you guys want to argue with me about something, or you think I'm wrong about something, jump into the Discord. Type in !Discord. You can jump into a voice call with me, and we can just have a conversation. But like spending my entire stream arguing back and forth with chat is starting to wear on me.
That you're not allowed to criticize here in America, no matter what your status is?
Well, I definitely stand for people's free speech. That is something that I'm on record doing, even speech that I disagree with. Let me tell you, probably a lot of people watching this show have said horrible speech against me, probably in my comments and all over social media. And probably on the show, you guys have probably said ugly speech against
Maybe don't be a pussy. Maybe jump into the voice call with me.
me. So but I still stand as a United States representative defending free speech. And I think
I'm not going to talk to you right now, Tiffany.
I defend free speech probably more than most members of Congress, including many Democrats that you say a lot of nice things about. And I want to make sure that for the record, everyone knows that I single-handedly came out so hard against a boycott bill that was going to be brought to the floor on Monday because I thought it was a violation of free speech, that I took it down. And it wasn't voted on this week. And because I believe America.
Really quick, there's 100 people watching on YouTube. People who do not know who I am and do not know who Tiffany Starr is. All right? there's no reason for me to do this right now. There's no reason. I'm not getting into this. I'm not talking to Tiffany right now, and I'd rather argue with someone.
Americans have the right to buy or boycott any product or country that they want. So I have a very strong record, as well as I've defended Julian Assange, Eric Snowden, and many others. So I believe our First Amendment and our free speech is incredibly important. I'm not familiar with this young lady's op-ed. I haven't read it, and I'm not familiar with the details of the story. So because I don't know all those details, it's hard for me to give you an exact opinion on this.
Yeah, I understand. Let's talk.
I don't know how. I don't know how you can be in Congress and not have like a strong opinion on that. I'm sorry. Let me not be retarded for a second. She's pretending not to know about that because she knows it's bad. She knows that it looks bad for Trump.
Talk about that boycott bill for a second, because there was a Republican.
Sondsol, only one party is willingly violating the Constitution and defying the Supreme Court. Yeah, that's the Republican Party, Tiffany.
Right-wing revolt against it. So this is something that actually passes in America all the time. It's in a lot of states people don't know about it. But like, for example, Florida has a bill that if you boycott or you call for the boycott of Israel, they'll take your government contracts away. And you could be an American citizen, it doesn't matter. So I think it's absolutely outrageous, but normally it just passes with flying colors. Who led a revolt in this case that blocked that bill in the Congress?
That was me. I came out first with my opposition to the bill, and I announced that I would be voting no to this boycott bill, because again, I believe Americans should be able to buy or boycott whatever product or country that they want to. Look what we did to Budweiser. We
are literally deporting people with criminal records. 60 Minutes did an in-depth investigation. They called every single one of these guys. They called their family, their friends, their employers, their country of origins, the local municipalities. They did full background searches on every single one of the people named, shipped to El Salvador. And 75% of the people had no criminal record. Trust them, Lamau? Trump's White House didn't even argue against this. Yeah, how about the White House show us all of their criminal records? Because 60 Minutes is at least putting forward evidence. The White House isn't giving evidence that all these people are criminals because there isn't any.
Took Budweiser down, and that happened during the campaign, and that happened from MAGA, that happened from people on the right.
They've been arrested. They were complying with the immigration process. They were going and meeting with CBP. These were the people that were showing up for their fucking court dates, and they got arrested at them. No, they weren't. That literally one of the biggest issues right now is they arrested a fucking district judge because an illegal immigrant showed up for his immigration hearing and they wanted to arrest him to deport him. They were arresting him at an immigration hearing.
So I believe in Americans' ability to be able to do things like that. But I don't lean into this. I think there's this movement that a lot of people are either they're for Israel or they're against Israel. I don't lean into any of that. I think Israel is a country that's doing just.
He was living with the judge? What? So all illegals are good? Oh, yes. Toby, that's exactly what I said. Thank you. Wow. I am astonished by your power of perception and understanding. I definitely said all illegals are good. None should be deported. And I'm wholly against ever doing anything good. I'm actually only for bad things. And I hate it when good things happen. I think If people want to deport the ones that are criminals, that's totally fine with me. If they want to deport people, that's fine with me. Honestly, at this point, fucking have at it. The fucking way that they're going about it and breaking the law and being like actual subhuman fucking troglodyte freaks who have no respect for law, order, or morality, yeah, that part I have a problem with. And the fact that there are people in my country that would sit there and rabidly seal clap while the law is being flagrantly broken in front of them is beyond me. So why are you covering this nonsense and not covering something substantial like two nuclear powers going to war or Trump's apprehension of political opponents? Tiffany Starr, you have destroyed your brain with drugs and alcohol. Who the fuck are you talking to right now? Shut the fuck up. And do not come at me about that shit. What the fuck is wrong with you? Again, if you people, I'm not talking to Tiffany Starr. Middle is the only way. Listen, I'm centrist. I'm relatively centrist given the Overton window of the United States right now, okay? I'm a very reasonable fucking person. It's just that a lot of unreasonable things are happening. Off, center, left. I am a radical capital L liberal. I love liberalism. I love free trade. I love abundance. Jason Smith, you can jump into the voice call. And everyone in chat, you guys can just keep on reminding them, all right? I don't want to sit here and argue with chat all fucking night long. Let's listen to a little bit more of this. If you guys want to fucking argue with me, jump into a voice call. Yeah. How is it unreasonable to deport people who come to our country illegally and ruin our economy? Because they didn't ruin our economy.
Fine on their own. They have a great economy. They certainly don't have the amount of debt that we have. They have their own nuclear weapons, and they've already demonstrated they have a very capable military.
New Mexico Judge Joel Cano. Oh, I don't know about that one. I know about the Wisconsin one. I can look into that one. I didn't know there was a New Mexico one as well.
Don't have the amount of debt that we have. They have their own nuclear weapons, and they've already demonstrated they have a very capable military. We have voted a lot of votes, a lot of resolutions against anti-Semitism in Congress. But for me and my public statements on this issue is that I would like to see in the House of Representatives, we need to be doing more votes and focusing on the agenda that we campaigned for and the American people voted for in November of 2024. And I would like to see us putting our country before other countries. And that's not a for or against or any of that stuff. I just think we need to focus on what the campaign was about.
Yeah. So look, you've taken a good deal of criticism on that issue of anti-Semitism, et cetera. So, and I get where it comes from. You know where it comes from. Having said that, I'll tell you my opinion in the last few years.
You don't conveniently know about that one? No, I just thought there was one in Wisconsin. I didn't know that there was one of someone living with someone in New Mexico. That's news to me. If you copy and paste the title of a video or of an article, I'll put it into Google. I'll look at it, but unrestricted abortion, sex changes in children, open racism towards white people, openly racist hiring standards, I would say are unreasonable radical things. Yeah, those are all topics that I have talked about today and 100% agree with. That is exactly everything that I've been talking about this entire time. 100% agree with them. 100% co-sign them. We should be changing the sex of every child the second it pops out the pussy so that we don't accidentally allow someone to grow up untransitioned, right? Because that would be really unfair to the transgenders. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you guys okay? You guys haven't heard the words that I've said because you've heard this guy doesn't like Trump, therefore I have to soy the fuck out and lose my mind and assume that he has every bad opinion that exists in the world. No, maybe it's just the fact that I don't like Donald Trump and I have reasonable positions elsewhere. Maybe just you're very unreasonable about everything that you fucking do.
For me, Israel's a foreign government. And so governments do things that are wrong all the time. I'm originally from Turkey. I'm a naturalized citizen here. And so do I like Turkey? Of course I do, right? But if Turkey's doing something wrong, I'm gonna call it out, right? And if we say, hey, you're not allowed to criticize Turkey, otherwise you'll, or boycott Turkey, otherwise we'll take away your government contracts, we'll arrest you, we'll deport you. I'd say that's outrageous, that's crazy. So, and that doesn't mean that you hate me as a Turkish American. That's also crazy. Just means the government is.
Why is he giving her so many? He's like trying to give her outs before she has a chance to say anything racist. It's like he's like, okay, this woman's on some fucking crazy shit. This woman is on some crazy shit. But I think I need to do this for political reasons. So I got to make sure she doesn't say anything racist. I got to make sure that the second she could say something racist, I stop her from saying something racist. I can't trust this woman. That, like, it feels like that's how he's conducting this interview.
Doing something wrong. So I think, I love our Jewish American.
There's a reason he's teabagging TYT and not Vosh, Kyle Kalinske, Jeff Wald. First off, I don't know who Jeff Waldorf is. Vosh hasn't. Where is Vosh? And Kyle Kalinske, I don't agree with his foreign policy, but I agree with his domestic policy. Mostly, I guess. I don't know. He's a little cringe, but Jeff is like you, but with a brain. You talk so much shit for someone who has never said anything intelligent in their life. Jesus fucking Christ.
Brothers and sisters. And I think they're some of the best fighters for peace. And so to me, the issue of religion and the issue of a foreign government are completely separate. Do you agree with that?
Oh, of course. And you know what? Listen, I'm a Christian. My savior is a Jew, and that's Jesus. And so, look, I have no problem with Israel. I think they are doing great. They're a great country, as well as many other countries are. And criticism about anything is something I
don't like Trump, but he's a better option than any Dem put forth. Can you admit that at least? No, I don't think so. That's just not true. I legitimately think that Joe Biden hooked up to the golden throne on High Terra, all right? His rotting corpse controlling the empire would be better than Donald Trump right now, okay? Kamala had one or two cringe policies, but by and large was just like the same as Biden. Pete Buttigieg is kind of fucking based. I don't know if there are any other Democrats that I would hardcore co-sign right now. What, name one Dems that's better than who? What the fuck? Get back in my Discord. Oh, damn! Fuck. Listen. You know what? DM me. I'll explain to you. Okay. I don't want to, because I got 160 people watching on YouTube. I don't want to get into personal stuff. Why not Manchin? Because he's not even in office anymore. He retired. And Buttigieg wasn't put forth. Kamala was, right? I mean, like, Kamala was put forth, but you're pointing at stuff that there are reasons for these things that are the best decision in a bad situation at the time. But like, yeah. It's true. You said go on your Discord. It's because you're drunk and derail every stream that you ever go on. That's the reason why I'm not dragging you into my Discord or into the call, Tiffany. Viewer number. I'm on fucking YouTube Shorts. The average view duration is 30 seconds. I'm fine. I know that I'm not getting view botted. I would know if I was getting view botted. The stroke Fetterman is getting, dude, the Republicans must love strokes all of a sudden, because Fetterman went from being like the most progressive member of the Senate to being like the most like demonic, like neocon, crazy conservative, dude. That shit's crazy. Jesus Christ. That person's going in timeout. That wasn't disagreement about Israel. That was hatred towards Jews. What are you talking about? So getting rid of Keystone XL pipeline on day one was a genius idea, destroying numerous jobs. The Keystone XL pipeline probably wasn't going to like it. I'm actually like not too upset about that. It probably wasn't like a great thing, but it wasn't going to create the amount of permanent jobs that everyone, I think it was like 34 jobs, 34 permanent jobs or some shit like that. And the reason I know it was that many jobs is because those jobs were going to be created in the city that I just moved from. So over a million temporary jobs to construct it, and then 34 permanent jobs. To assume I'm drunk is not only inaccurate but presumptuous. Yes, it is a presumption that literally every single time that I saw you, you were like blackout drunk trying to argue with people, and you didn't make any points. You seemed like a very nice person, but it was very difficult. And I'm past that. I'm an adult now. Did he get banned? Banned from what? Who? Yeah, I do view most shorts for about 30 seconds. Yeah, I mean, like, I know what the view count is. I know how many people have come through. Like, I have 12,000 views on this. I know that I'm not getting botted. Anyways, you're not an adult. I'm literally almost 30 years old. So, yes, I am an adult. What about Tiffany? Is she Ghislaine Ayers? You can look up Tiffany Starr on I hope you're not at work. Don't look up Tiffany Starr if you're at work, but if you want to see who she is, I'm sure you can find her. She's a streamer and she's a star of other. I disagree with your point of view. However, I respect the way you speak and are open to civil discourse. I mean, listen, here's the thing. If you guys are actually interested in what I've been saying so far, and you're interested in anything, I encourage you, like, please, if you look, because I don't want to repeat all of this, because a lot of it's pretty personal stuff that we went over at the beginning of stream. But look, we got stuff that we went over we got a full screen stream, and there was about an hour of stream at the beginning where we were just talking. If you want to see my full political outlook and feelings right now, that's where you should go. I'm not an unreasonable person. I am incredibly angry at my country, though, right now.
A pretty good reputation of criticizing things that I think are wrong. And,
that might be true, Tiffany. I might be giving up, but I can only do so much.
Referenced where I've been accused of anti-Semitism, but that was a headline and it was not the actual story. So you may have your facts wrong there on that. I'm not anti-Semitic. Not a single bone in my body is anti-Semitic. As a matter of fact, I think that one of the problems in this country is constantly accusing people of all kinds of hate, whether it's
Jesus Christ, and it's just like the snowflakiness. Like, again, I understand, and I was talking to a conservative content creator in DMs earlier today, and it's like, man, I get it. It when lefties fucking call people racist, it's really fucking soy. I get it, right? It fucking sucks. It's really annoying. I fucking hate lefties too. I used to be one, okay? I get it. Lefties are fucking annoying. But you can't go from these people are crazy, call everyone racist, to just like leaning into being racist. I just want, I miss old conservatives because there was disagreement over substantive things that would directly affect people's lives, and then there was those stupid culture war issues, and blah. But there was something to argue about. I don't know what to fucking argue with you people about anymore, because it's just like fact-finding missions back and forth. Nothing is wrong with racism. I heavily disagree. I think racism is really bad, personally. We'll talk about Doge later. We need to get through this. If you want to argue with me about something else, again, I'm not going to cuck my entire stream to this. I actually, I keep on saying that. I am cucking my stream to this. Jump into the fucking voice call, okay? Like, there's 194 people watching on YouTube Shorts right now. Most of you people disagree with me. There's not a single one of you people. Yes, YouTube is pretty right wing. That's sorry. Fun DMs. I don't have Discord. Fuck, isn't there a call function over Twitter? DM me on Twitter. My ad is Sondsol. I'm pretty sure you can do a... No, maybe not. No, never mind. I thought that you could do... I could do a space, but I don't know how to set up a space. Okay.
Anti-Semitism, racism, being homophobic, all of these things. I think that what we need to focus on is that we're all people, and making sure that we remember that humanity is something that's extremely important. And that's why we're having this chat tonight, is because we're both against all of these wars. And we need to make sure that we can take a stance in America that we don't want to be involved. We don't have to be involved. We don't have to be involved in every single conflict. And we don't need to go out and fight wars on behalf of foreign countries. As a matter of fact, we need to fix our problems at home.
Okay, well, I was going to go to the next topic, but you brought up that it was a false headline. So you're right. We have said some bad things about you.
This is the clip. This is the clip that I wanted to watch this video specifically to get to. After this clip, I think I'm actually done, because it illustrates the entire conversation. It illustrates the entire conversation about how Cenk is he's like an actual cuckold. He's like an actual fucking cuckold to MAGA now. It is crazy to me. Listen to this. She just said, I'm not anti-Semitic. They all lie about me. They say so many mean things about me, and it's all just lies and headlines.
Topic, but you brought up that it was a false headline. So you're right. We have said some bad things about you. There's no question about that. And so, and it started with that issue of the space lasers, right? So you brought it back up.
Yeah, but I never said Jewish space lasers. So that's a lie. Yeah, it's a lie. And I really am tired of people perpetuating the lie.
So what do you mean you didn't say it? Just I'm trying to clear it up.
Now, let's see. Is Cenk gonna hear Marjorie Taylor Greene's explanation for spreading anti-Semitic conspiracy theories about the Rothschild families and all of the Jew families of the world conspiring together to set California on fire using space lasers? Is he going to push back on that? Is he going to say, I think it's a little bit fucking weird to assign all these Jewish families, all these intentions to set something on fire using technology that humans haven't created yet, but okay. Is he going to do that? Or is he going to let her just explain her point of view about how it's entirely possible that the Jewish space lasers actually set California on fire to open up a corridor for high-speed rail that never came to fruition? And then just move off the point. Which one? Chat. Which one do you think it is? Is it going to be A, push back, or B, cuck and allow the anti-Semite to speak? Toby says it's always the foreigners running their mouth. Actually, you have been running your mouth in my chat this entire time, not nutting up and talking to me voice to voice. I know it's not face to face, but it's about as close as we can get to it. Who's the one that's running their mouth? Anyways. So, chat, did we make a decision? Did we decide whether or not Cenk is going to do the good or the bad thing? Because let's see.
I never said that. I've never said that statement in my life, but there was someone that wrote an article, and that was the headline, and that's what they created. It was in early January of 2021 when I first came into Congress. And so it was an entire hit piece against me. And it was a statement I had never said in my life and never even heard of it until I saw it trending on Twitter attached to my name.
So that was not your Facebook account?
Of course it was my Facebook account, but I never said Jewish space lasers. And I never blamed Jewish people or Israel for anything in my Facebook post.
Okay, now we have another clip right here. It's supposed to be the full reading of it. So let's just see.
Wildfires were ravaging hundreds of thousands of acres in California and killing 85 people. Marjorie Taylor Greene weighed in from Georgia on Facebook. In a post recently unearthed by Media Matters, Greene theorized a laser beam from space started the deadly 2018 California wildfire. Not just any laser beam from space, but one controlled by wealthy Jewish bankers who wanted to clear land in order to make way for a high-speed rail project. That's right, Congresswoman Greene seems to believe that wealthy Jewish bankers have a secret space laser that can immolate essentially any target on Earth. For those of you keeping score, this means that Greene traffics in anti-Semitism in addition to racism, Islamophobia, and xenophobia. House Republican leader...
Yeah, the Toby guy has gone off the rails. He can come back next stream when he's calmed down.
And you could read my Facebook post, and it's clear and obvious.
Okay. Are you worried about Elon space lasers these days? Because they're like, I heard about this Golden Dome project. I know this is a little bit, it's just the adjacent topic, but let me ask you while we're here. So it would cost hundreds of billions of dollars, and theoretically it would be like Iron Dome that we gave to Israel where it protects the country, but it sounds like a giant boondoggle to me.
What are we talking about?
I don't think that they're gonna be able to pull that off. And isn't it a
statement I had never said in my life and never even heard of it until I saw it trending on Twitter attached to my name.
So that was not your Facebook account?
Of course it was my Facebook account, but I never said Jewish space lasers, and I never blamed Jewish people or Israel for anything.
No, just like specifically a bunch of families of Jewish people who have been the center of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories for the past several decades, saying that Jews rule the world through financial institutions and that they're doing horrible things to us in the United States because they can, I guess. Technology does exist for space lasers. Fact check it. Pretty well known. 2, look up the meaning of Young Turks. Whose side do you think we're on here, Panther Avis? Do you think we're on Cenk's side? Do you think we like Cenk? Do you think we don't know that the Young Turks was the name of some terrorist group from Turkey in the early 20th century? Panther Anus? You guys think that we're like, I don't know why you guys think I'm so fucking scared to give an opinion on like literally anything. I'll answer any fucking question.
In my Facebook post, and you could read my Facebook post, and it's clear and obvious.
Okay. Are you worried about Elon space lasers these days? Because they're like, I heard about this Golden Dome project. I know this is a little bit.
So we laugh and we move on. We laugh and we move on. Are you anti-Semitic? No. Let me explain to you why I shared that anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Well, what about Elon's space laser? I do not understand how he can cuck himself so fucking hard. I don't get it. I was told to end this segment with this. All the talk of which All the talk of which anchor I should interview VP Harris is hilarious. What difference does it make? They're all going to ask softball questions. This would be my first question. Why should we listen to any of your proposals since Democrats almost never deliver on their promises? Such strong words for Democrats. And he's so weak against Republicans. What the fuck? He talks so strong. He talks so tough. He acts like such a macho man. But like all the fucking sudden, when it comes to dealing with MAGA, he is just a bitch little baby. Hey Sondsol, next time when you tell people to join your Discord for a discussion, actually commit. If you wanted to answer any question, you would have spoken with me. I didn't want to jump into Discord right now. Tiffany, jump into the Discord right now. I'm going to watch Star Trek with my GF. Ah, all right. All right. What do we do next? I don't know in what world. I have not thought about Tiffany Starr in so long. And the last time we interacted, she just fucking unloaded onto me while I was trying to be nice to her. And now she's Star Trek time. Too late, bitch. No, I don't have time to stream tomorrow. I don't have a good impression of you, Tiffany. Be cool and not a brat. Tiffany, I don't know if you know this, but you left a bad impression on a lot of people that made it to where they did not want to fucking talk to you for good fucking reason. You don't get to act high and mighty when someone acts cagey about not wanting to talk to you. Maybe you're not an alcoholic anymore, and that's good, genuinely. Maybe you can string together like a couple of sentences without completely derailing and attacking me. But that'll have to be a conversation for later. Talk about the new Pope? I don't know. I don't have a strong enough opinion on anything to do with the Pope. Sorry. 51 Bard says they're in the Discord. They're not in the Discord. I'm looking at my Discord right now. There's no one else in a voice call. I have 2% Jewish blood. Is that enough to make me a Jew? True. We don't have to talk later. You can go have sex and play Star Trek or watch Star Trek. I don't care. How's that person going to blame me for? Yeah, they're blaming me for not wanting to talk to them when literally the last time that they were in this space, they were making the round, going Discord to Discord, drunk as fuck, and making everyone feel guilty for kicking them out of the call. Okay, bye. All you do is attack people if they think different from you. That's just simply not true. You might think that, but it's not true. Yes, and if you are criticizing, okay, you people need to tell me who you're talking to. Are y'all talking to fucking me? Andrew Dick Rider time. Okay, I guess we can see what this is. YouTube is so toxic. Listen, I'm fine with the toxicity. Go watch your 30-year-old show. Oh, you're talking to her. I thought you were talking to me because I'm watching West Wing right now. One second, let me just respond to a text message. Okay. No one wants to talk to you. Thank you, Tiffany Starr. Is such any indictment from you cuts very deep. Tiffany lied. People died. You know what? Do you have pronouns, Adam? Every human being on the face of the planet has pronouns. If you're asking if I'm non-binary, no, I'm not non-binary. TNG is the best show of all time. I've never given Star Trek a chance. It feels like something I would probably like, but I've just never given it a chance. I don't know what that means, Adam. By the way, if there's any questions that you guys want to ask, this is the time to ask them. All right. For people that are watching that have never seen me before, my name is Sondsol. I'm a political science student. I'm incredibly black-pilled and frustrated with everything, and I am aspiring to work on the Hill in DC. So I am plugged into all this. We talk about politics, we talk about drama, whatever the fuck. That's my plug. All right, take it or leave it. Follow the channel. All right. Do you like me or not? Am I handsome? Am I funny? Do I have a nice voice? There's a reason that you want to follow me or not. All right, follow me or not. All right. I like to argue with people. I like to get mad. Okay. Have I banged Destiny? No, I had no intention. I have met him several times though at debate conferences. You need to listen to Alex Jones. I've also met Alex Jones at a conference. What people do you like making mad? I like making everyone that disagrees with me mad by having a better life than them. Here, background music. No background music? Where's the background music? Hello? Shane Dawson? Wait, who the fuck is Shane Dawson? That name sounds familiar. Oh, you piece of shit. Fuck you. How dare you? You piece of shit. Okay. Background music. Ice Beans, how's it going? Destiny is a cuck, as people have said. Okay, sorry. No offense, I know he's not the most loved guy, but you do look alike. Call Beans, she's crying right now. If Beans wants to talk, she can call me. But we don't need to do the whole back and forth, because I was thinking about ending stream because my girlfriend's having a bad night. But I'm still answering questions. So basically the long and short of my stream is I'm going to be honest. If you ask me a question, I'll be honest. If I don't know the answer to a question, I'll tell you I don't know the answer. I'm a pretty reasonable person. I have friends that are conservative. I have friends that are like fucking crazy lefties, anarcho-communists. I can be friends with anyone. I think at this point my big thing is I just want people to act like normal human beings. Hey, Ice Beans, thank you for the raid. I thought this was a Vouch stream. Do not ever, ever, ever associate me with that pedophile ever again. Jesus Christ. We have worked too hard to get away from him. surname? What? You can't be friends with people that want to burn down the neighborhood? That's true. That's why I can't be friends with a lot of MAGA people now. Hassan, not friends of Hassan. Not fans of Hassan. All I really care about is if you care about others. Yeah, I think that intentions matter a lot. I had a conversation with a conservative content creator behind the scenes. I've said this a couple of times today, but I just need to know from conservatives more that they're human beings, you know? What is my surname? Why would I tell you what my name is? Pisco? I think Pisco's a nice guy. Pisco's a nice dude. Liberals let their feelings rule over common sense. That's why you got to balance the logos with the pathos, my friend. Illegals gotta go. I don't care about that as much. A letter of attraction to Ethan? I don't believe it, actually. Does it end? No, I'm not Jewish. Oh, she didn't make a letter of retraction. She's demanding a retraction. That's what you meant. Internet gas. Those are the exact opposites of each other. Jesus, you got the nose out. The fuck is wrong with you? My nose is totally normal size. I'm not even offended. Like, it doesn't hurt me. It's just not true. Okay. Anyways, what about social? What about social what? Yeah, I got a good nose, all right? Fuck you guys. Very normal nose. How many conservative people are furries versus liberals? That says a lot right there. Straight up beta soy clowns. I'm going to tell you a true statement right now. I have known like 10 furries over the course of my life, and only 3 of those have been hardcore lefties. None have been Democrats, and the rest of them were like really hardcore like conservatives, like extremists. So that might be personal experience. Maybe I'm an outlier, but I feel like furry tends to lend to the extremes rather than Republicans or Democrats. So that's the nose of someone who's lost a few fights. Never been in a fight before. I talk too much shit. How do you feel about Asmongold? Dude, that guy is such a disappointment. Jesus Christ. And I can't believe the way that motherfucker lives. Can someone explain to me? Like, I feel like if I lived in the same situation as Asmongold, I would have heroed years ago. Oh my God. I don't believe that at all. Which do you not believe? It's sad my extreme left and extreme right friends can't hold an actual conversation about politics. Yeah, that's true. Conservatives is a lazy term these days. I'm not conservative. I voted for Trump twice now. The party system is trash and Trump isn't a Republican. Well, yeah, but like I would say that people who are enthusiastic Trump supporters are fucking insane at this point. So a reluctant Trump supporter that's a Republican is infinitely more sane than a full-throated Trump supporter. I don't believe they were mostly conservative, the furries. Oh, okay. Well, I that's just my experience. Don't know what else to tell you. I make a big point to be as honest as I can about my personal life and my beliefs. So if you ask me a question, I will answer as truthfully as I can without putting my career or anything in jeopardy. So, some people like less pets. I accomplished my goal to shatter Sonsol's view of Asmon. I think that like the final nail in the coffin was the fact that he went up to his attic to pull out a dead animal and fell through his roof with it. Like I think like at a certain point, like, man, you're multimillionaire. Fucking pay someone to take care of your house for you. Jesus Christ. Who here to watch Frogan Ethan Frenemies? I don't remember what original Frenemies. I was never an Ethan viewer, so that might be because I live in an extremely left-leaning area. Yeah, I mean, like I grew up in the deep South. I was born in Arkansas and grew up in Houston. I knew a lot of conservatives growing up. A lot of those conservatives were into some weird, freaky shit. Okay, I don't think that it's confined to. I think liberals and leftists are just way more willing to say it out loud. He's finally fixing his house. He needs someone to maintain his house for it. I need my head meds. I need my head meds too. All right. Are there any other specific questions that you guys have for me or opinions that you guys want me to, or you know what? There is a couple of things that I should say really quick. If you haven't already, join my Discord. I'm trying to build up my community a little bit more. I like arguing with people. If you guys don't like what I'm saying, if you guys disagree with me, you're welcome to argue with me about a topic that I'm talking about. So let me know in the Discord. My full background, if you want to know, is I started off streaming as a socialist. I was very deep into socialism. I grew the fuck up. I learned about economics. I became a political science student. I am I would say, a relatively centrist Democrat. And yeah, I've argued with people across the political spectrum, from Nazis to Marxist-Leninists, and I hate all extremists equally. And the reason I sound so tired right now is because I am tired. Jesus fucking Christ, what a fucking day. But usually we can have a little bit more excitement and stuff, but it's been a really fucking long, it's been a long couple of months. Infrastructure and leave me alone. That's like respectable. But like, again, I find so many opinions that I disagree with respectable. But I don't find any of the opinions around MAGA respectable, because I put a big premium on people believing in fact-based things. I think libertarians sometimes live in that world. I think Republicans sometimes live in that world. I think Democrats sometimes live in that world. I don't think Nazis or communists or MAGAs or Antifas ever live in that world. Do you think to put too much agency in Western government? Can you explain what you mean by the question? Do you think we've given them too much power? When you say, is that what you're asking? If we've given our government too much power? What's the worst thing about Trump? I think the worst thing about Trump is this. I think that he's genuinely just stupid. I think that he's stupid, and I think that he doesn't have a vision for the future. I think that if Trump was smart and he had a vision for the future, he could be really good for the country. But I think he's really stupid, and I think that he just surrounds himself with people for the things he doesn't want to do. He wants to have the last say on everything, but he wants everyone else to do the shit. And so he has a bunch of yes men around him that are all having these little squibbles about what they want him to say yes to, right? So like you can look at this with like Lutnick and the two, Navarro and who's the third economist, you know? Like Trump wants them to make the policy, and he wants to have the last say on that. But all three of them have different ideas of what the policy is going to be. So they're trying to get him individually, like alone, to pitch their idea for him to say yes to, and then telling him to tweet about it on Truth Social so that their plan is locked in, you know? So like anything that's not that, please anything that's not that. So that's like the worst thing about Trump off the top of my head. Look at every liberal say they have all gone to shit. I don't think that's true. Then you aren't honest with yourself. If you hate MAGA, you aren't as centrist as you think. That's just not true. MAGA is, like, by all intents and purposes, just not catered to the center. Fact-based things. CNN and MSNBC are his only sources. Is that true, Bud Tugley? If you're 20 and not a socialist and you haven't got a heart, if you're 30 and not a conservative, you haven't got a brain. I also think that that's super reductive, but we can talk about that another time. If guns kill people, spoons cause diabetes. I'm pro 2A. All right, please. If you're in chat, don't assume that I'm against something unless it's to do with Trump. If it has something to do with any of Trump's current policies, you can assume that I am against those. But like traditional values of like Democrats don't like guns, I'm pro 2A. Okay. Trump is stupid and Biden is not. Biden wasn't stupid. He had dementia. That's different from being stupid. Okay. But okay, I'm trying to catch up. Moving. Amazing recommendations. I know, right? Whose vision do you prefer? Right now, damn, I don't know if I have this, but Pete Buttigieg's vision was, I hope that how do I go to my bookmarks? It's from this same interview.
What then turns around.
Oh wait, let me just type in Pete. Vision. I think this is it right here. This
First thing you do.
This is a vision for America that I subscribe to. This is what I subscribe to. Okay.
Is you commute to work and like I want you to be able to get up in the morning and the first thing you do is you commute to work and by the way, if you're on an EV, I want that to be affordable for you. Or if you're on public transit, not to get back into the subway situation, but I want you to have good public transit to get to where you're going. And then when you get to that job, I want you to be paid well. And if you're about to have a kid, I want you to know that you're going to have parental leave when you have that kid. And if you don't want to have a kid, I want you to have the right to choose whether to have a kid, which means access to birth control and abortion and those things that give you the freedom to decide on that. And if you already have a kid, when you pick them up at school, I want that school to be good, not having its funding slashed while they set fire to the Department of Education. And then when you get home, I want you to be in a neighborhood that is safe and where you can breathe the air because we didn't let them get rid of the Clean Air Act. And you don't have to think for one moment about whether the air you breathe or the water you drink is clean and clear, which actually takes a lot because it means the government has to constrain those actors that would make you unfree by polluting the air and polluting the water. And then when you go to bed, I want you to know that your family's going to be fine, even if it's family like mine, despite there being some Supreme Court justice who wants to obliterate your family because it doesn't match his interpretation of his religion. Like, that's the life I want everybody to be able to live.
Yeah, I think
we can deliver that.
That is the thing that I want for my country. That's what I want. So to answer that person's question, that's the person's vision. I don't know if he would ever be able to, I don't know if I 100% support him as a politician, but I do like that vision. I haven't heard a bad word against a left-wing person yet, but many against pro-MAGA. Wait, hold on. Did we not just like shit talk Hassan and the Young Turks like for the majority of this stream? I don't know what point you jumped in. but I have named and shamed lefties in this stream. Trying to catch up to chat, okay? Why don't you want America to be like this? No, I don't. Okay, hold on with the memes, okay? I'm trying to catch up. Idealisms aren't reality. Idealisms aren't reality. They're ideals. They are something that you strive for. I don't think that idealism is a bad thing. I would consider myself an idealist because I strive for what the ideal is. It doesn't mean that you get the ideal. It means that you strive for it. Okay. You think you're a center, but you're a best far left. I didn't say I am center. I said I am center left. I am a center left Democrat. I like the Democrats' policies. In terms of ideology, I am center left. In terms of the Overton window of the United States, to be honest, I don't know how fucked our Overton window is. I don't know what's real and what's just the internet, but I would think I'm relatively center in terms of the actual Overton window. But what policies? I think that the Democrats' policies, I think that they had a good balance during Biden's presidency for the protectionist bent that a lot of people are on. I'm not on it. I understand protecting some industry to like chips. We want to be able to produce those here because if we go to war with China, they control the chips. That's a really bad thing. If they invade Taiwan, that's a really bad thing for us. We want to be able to. So I understand some protectionist policy, but it has to be targeted, right? And I think that's what the Biden administration did really well. I think that they did the industrial policy in the way that if Trump did it now, I wouldn't be able to argue against it. Even though I disagree with it, because I'm a free trade guy, like it is still just like a good thing to do. Because there are some I'm not an ideologue. It's not like just because Trump does something it's bad. It's just he's going about things or just because something is protectionist, it's bad. It's not the way it is to me. Does it make us better? Does it make us safer? Those were Trump's policies. Which policies? The Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, the infrastructure bill, the American Rescue Plan. Like those bills, I full-throatedly support. We don't have that much time. It's probably too late already. It was too slow. Well, welcome to government. Sorry, that's what happens. You spend money and eventually you're going to get a return on that money, but you need to spend that money and break ground. Now, that's one major criticism I have of Democrats is too many regulations, but Jesus fucking Christ. There's probably a way to reduce the amount of regulations without raping our entire country. We don't give a fuck about politics. This video was sent to me to play because of the political conversation we're having, Isaac. Everybody else here gives a fuck about politics. You are the outlier. Investing in manufacturing infrastructure isn't at odds with free trade. No, just to be clear, I'm not saying that. We can and should work to build more high-end products here, but you can't do that with investment. But you can do that with investment, not the right. Yeah, exactly. To be clear, I'm not saying that it's not mutually exclusive, but us investing in manufacturing infrastructure like that was really smart, a really smart way to do it. And it was protectionist policies in a way that, at first I was against, but I came around to it because I was just against it because it was protectionist. But, those bills were actually not doing that. Well, those bills actually were doing that. And that's why we have, chip fabs being constructed in Arizona and in Pennsylvania right now. But okay, we're changing the fucking here. Well, Here, we'll minimize, okay? Since you guys can't fucking handle not seeing the fucking cartoon character on the screen, we'll take it off, okay? Play the video. I don't want to play that video. I don't need to watch a video of someone brutalizing their son, okay? All right. Trump is your daddy now? The daddy stuff is just fucking weird. Have a good night. I hope you all find the light from the gay libs. And see, like, it's the... I think that you can be smug if you're, like, in power, but, like, you also have to, like, earn it. And you guys have not earned the smugness while in power, you know? I'll try that again. You mentioned that you like Pete's vision. Do you think that people 100% need your government to accomplishment or some aspects of it? All of those things, I could see conceivably different policy avenues to get there. The policies of the opposition party in the United States to that vision does not have any policies that would approach that vision. Do they 100% need my government? The phrasing of that just is it feels so off to me. I don't know. I understand what you're trying to get at. I'm not trying to be an authoritarian. I think that bipartisanship is a unquestionable good that should be achieved at every turn possible within reason. But I don't. Yeah. That's what I mean by agency. I think that a lot of those things can be accomplished via local government. I don't vote. I don't believe in my federal. Oh, I also believe very strongly in doing stuff at local levels. Like my dream is go into the Democratic Party and create a vision of local governance for people so that we actually take care of that, you know? Anyways, let me see here. Any final memes, any final things that you guys want to go over before we start wrapping up? Redirect. Okay. Do you believe lockdown should have lasted more than 2 weeks? Fuck, I don't remember. It probably didn't need to last as long as it did, but I don't know how long I would say. However, I do think that the unbelievable fucking like delusion over what happened with COVID is unbelievable. Like the lockdown stuff was not as fucking evil as you guys make it out to be. Like I don't know. Yeah. 2 months. I don't know. I'm telling you, I don't know because I won't give an answer to something that I just don't know the answer to. I don't know when we should have lifted them. Okay, this better be quick or I'm ending.
Even given those numbers that you're talking about, don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know. I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me. And they are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said. What you said is not what I heard the Supreme Court said. They have a different interpretation.
But
yeah, it's also bleak. Anyways, I love you guys very much. If you guys haven't already, please consider joining the Discord or the follow me on Twitter, follow me on YouTube or on Twitch. I'm trying to be a little bit better about stuff, but life is a little bit difficult at the moment. Here is the link to the Discord. Join that if you guys want to be able to jump into a voice call with me or argue with me or give me suggestions for things to look at if you guys want me to go over something on stream. If you guys want to debate with me or anything like that. Follow the YouTube, etc., etc. I'm going to end the stream, and when I end the stream, it's going to redirect you guys to a video that we are releasing right now. So prepare for that. All right. I love you guys very much, and I will catch you guys later. Okay. The short stream is over. They've been redirected. And now, let's see. Are there even enough people watching? Yeah, there's 13 people. How many? Who's streaming right now that we can raid into? Anybody? Hassan, no way. There's no shot in hell. We'll raid into non-fawn. /raid. What is his fucking username? Non-fawn toward 20. /raid. Non-fawn 420. There we go. Jesus fucking Christ. Everybody pile in. I love you guys very much. It's been a very fun stream. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Watch non-fawn verbally rape people. Bye-bye.